Hello and welcome to the Modus Super Series, where the big night is upon us. Tomorrow night, Champions Night for Series 7, and a new name will be on the trophy, a trophy that's had some illustrious names on it, not least Luke Littler, of course, twice winner here and now Premier League champion. But in terms of who is going to win it this time around, well, Chris Mason's been with me all week, and we're kind of none the wiser, are we?
Certainly not in this group. And you mentioned Luke Littler. I was on TalkSport this morning just talking about the young man. And today they're going to have to follow in the footsteps of him and try and play with, well, just be fearless and go out there and express yourself and just try and get it done.
As you mentioned, this group is really close. Bo Greaves is already there, having won Group A. But last night we saw the action in Group B, and it's kind of looking like it could already be settled. If we take a look at the table, you'll see that Conor Heenahan, Cam Crabtree and Darius Labanauskas all have 6 points. Bradley Brooks looks nowhere in truth, would need to win all his matches and still hope for results to fall his way. And Jimmy Vansky in a similarly difficult position.
Yeah, unlike what we're going to see this afternoon in Group C, that one looks pretty simple to sort out. And I expect Heenahan, Crabtree and Labanauskas to come through. They were the 3 best players last night, no question about it. And yeah, Heenahan, he sort of plays in spells, but somehow gets the timing just right on more occasions than not. Labanauskas was very, very steady last night. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see those 3, if it goes that way, in the final tomorrow night.
Yeah, live here on the Super Series YouTube channel from 10 p.m. this evening. But this afternoon, Group C will conclude, and it could not be closer. It could not be more opposite to that. We've got 5 players on 6 points. Let's just talk through some of the runners and riders, starting with Andreas Harrison. What have you made of him this week?
Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan. I've been a big fan for a couple of years since we've seen him for the first time on the Euro Tours. He's got that flair. He's got a nice temperament to him. He plays at a nice pace. He can go missing from time to time. His Achilles heel is sometimes in not only in the approach play, but when he gets 3 darts at a double, you give him a finish of a ton or more. I think he had 12 or 13 this week already. He's mustard.
And these bull finishes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam was back-to-back bull finishes to win that one. Yeah, but it's so hard. They're just so evenly matched. Even when you break all the numbers down, you know, no one's getting it done in a visit less. They're all taking that sort of 6th turn. Well, it's about 15 and a half darts, I think. Andy Davidson is average at the moment. He was very, very special yesterday. Well, they all were, in fairness. They all had their spots. Reece Robinson, probably with the way he started, the way he played, would be scratching his head last night thinking, how haven't I got this in the bag? But far from it.
Let's stay with Reece Robinson, because I guess one of the concerns with him is he is enigmatic, if you like. You're never quite sure what you're going to get. He looked quite solid yesterday. Yeah,
that's as focused as I think I've seen him. We only seen one moment. I think it was on 115, which, you know, that's not a particularly flare shot going the ball route. But ultimately, he kept it very simple, and he was very strict yesterday. It was nice to see, because you know what I think about him. I think he's super talented. I think he's massively underachieved. I think he could go on and do great things at the highest level. It's just about reining it all in and doing the right things at the right times, as a certain Mr. Van Gerwen says.
Top of the table, though, is a man you just mentioned, Andy Davidson. And that is down to that level of performance. He's performing at such a high standard in that group. Yeah, Robinson was slightly higher because he had a bigger ceiling at times. But what a find Andy Davidson's been.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. It just proves that the ADC system is giving opportunities to players that we may never have heard of. And Andy Davidson potentially could be one of those, because he's embraced the whole concept of not just the ADC, but coming here on debut, averaged 110, a personal best average, backed that up with an average of 104, backed it up yesterday with a near 106. I think he's another one with a big future. And I mean, looking at those numbers, Reece Robinson over 98 for the day. I mean, that's right up there. That's some serious level of play. We're not talking about, you know, 1 or 2 games. We're talking about 5 matches of best of 7. Big sample.
You've been part of this ever since it started, when you were sat in your own room at home, when we were sat in the broom cupboard in Southampton, and up on the balcony here without the luxurious setting we've got now. Have you ever, well, I'll ask you a couple of questions about Group C. Have you ever seen one where 5 players are on 6 points? And have you ever seen one where the group average is north of 91?
No, that's an anomaly. Certainly in a Group C, we've seen some big numbers in Group B, but of course that's a smaller sample, so less can go wrong. And it wasn't that; it was all 5 of the 6 players were performing at a serious high level at times, and that's credit to this tournament. Now, remember, these are all champions, and this is what we expect. Got to feel a little bit for Bradley Brooks. Not quite worked out for him this week, but when he looks back on reflection, when he'll have time to look back, there's been a lot of good moments, and he's played some good stuff. Considering where his level of play was coming into this on the Dev Tour, there was a big concern. So more positives than negatives. Just doesn't look that way right now.
Yeah, not very good for the Bradleys. Bradley Roose in this group, bottom as well with no points, as Bradley Brooks is in Group B. The rest of them all on the same points as we just saw. This is how the bookies separate the contenders. So this is to win the group. And what I find interesting is the range there. Andreas Harrison favourite 15-8, but Kieran Tian on the same points, 7-1.
Yeah, I suppose that's what they think is the most likely for me. Although he doesn't have the highest running average, Andy Davis at 6-1 represents the most value for me. And Reece Robinson averaged the highest of all players across the whole day, just over 98 at 13-5. And I think, that was mine and Matt's picked at the beginning of the week. It was 16-1 to win this week, and we were flabbergasted. And he's come out yesterday and he's opened up with a 106 average. I think if he, he's not going to maintain that kind of level all day. But if he's up around that 98 average where he was for the day yesterday, he's the most likely to win this group. First
match then is Kieran Tian against Bradley Roose. Now, Roose may not have a point, but he might have a say in what happens. If Tian wins this match, it won't be 7-1, that's for sure. And then the others are going to play each other. So if you're going to get on him, do it now.
Yeah, absolutely, because he will go top and then they will start to chase. But then they've got to play each other. So, yeah, a slightly different dynamic on it. I think Bradley Roose, we've watched evolve in front of our eyes. He was here first thing. Well, this morning. Never mind this afternoon before we start, and he looked a little deflated, but that's normal. He's gutted of all the weeks where it's not worked out for him. You don't want it to be Champions Week.
I'll let you get into comms. Take your calculator with you. If you are going to have a bet, please always gamble responsibly. It's begambleaware.org and 18 plus, of course. Yeah, the first match about to get underway. So far, winless Bradley Roose takes on Kieran Tian, and Macy's going to join Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, I suggest if you're watching the darts today, not only do you need to go get yourself a drink and a snack, but you may also need to go get yourself a pen and a paper so you can make a note of all the twists and turns and everything that's going to be coming throughout the day, because this is going to be a day where there's going to be lots of different permutations and changes which will let you know as the day goes on. But one of the things that really stood out to me at the opening of that show was about this man, Bradley Roose, who has yet to pick up a victory so far in this Group C campaign, but was installed at odds of 100-1 to win the group, which tells you mathematically he can still win the group, and it is not over yet, despite the fact he's got 6 points to find on his opponent here, Kieran Tian, and the rest of the field, who are all sat ahead of him on 6 points. No time like the present for Bradley Roose to try and get up and running. And just before we get into this game, Mace, I just want to touch on Reece Robinson very briefly, because you mentioned at the start of the show there,
first leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
We both predicted him.
Game on.
We both thought that he was very good value at 16-1. We made our predictions yesterday that we expected to see him drop to about 6 for the week. I can actually confirm this morning he was trading at 9s.
93.
Still at 9s. What do they know that we don't?
Well, I think that is far too big for the week.
60.
And when you consider the level of play yesterday, he has the highest current running average of any player in this week.
108.
Well, that's good to see.
No 2 days are the same, as we say on many occasions, and Bradley Roose
60.
kicking off pretty strong.
He may as well as be 1,000-1 to win the group, but he could well be
140.
a bit of a spoiler.
Well, if any player wins 3 matches today, he can't win the group.
27.
So that's what
Bradley
makes that
require
100-1 just very, very skinny.
Welcome along to everybody watching via our YouTube channel and the thousands watching via their
48.
chosen bookmaker app. Welcome along to the action. If you've got any questions or comments, keep them civil, keep them clean, and we will endeavour to answer them.
60. Bradley, you require 40.
I have a question for you, Matt. Did your
Game
life
shot on the first leg.
flash
Bradley
before your
Roose.
eyes last night on our way home when we nearly got killed?
Oh, absolutely. Certainly when I
Second
replayed it
leg,
back in my
it's Kieran
mind
to
for the
throw
next
first.
5 occasions.
Game on.
Pleased to say both myself and Mace are perfectly fine.
And we happened to stumble across a
96.
high-speed police pursuit, where we literally would be walking a matter of feet and seconds earlier. There was a horrendous
60.
crash, wasn't it? And that's an understatement when I say crash.
So we can only thank someone just missing a couple extra doubles at the end of the day.
Yeah, an
40.
extra question from Murph or someone missing a double, and well, it saved our lives.
$125.
Don't forget, hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and hit that thumbs up button for us. We really do appreciate that.
83.
Helps with all of our analytics and getting the broadcast out there across the world of YouTube.
100.
Sometimes when a player comes to a Champions Week and they hit the ground running, they play really well like Reece Robinson, it's impressive. But already, this is impressive for a different reason for Bradley
80.
Roose, because he came here with the same expectations of doing what Reece Robinson did. It didn't happen. He lost all his games. He could turn up today very sulky, very deflated. Instead, he has rose a level of performance quite
50.
significantly in this early
Kieran, you
exchange.
require 102.
Yeah, he was absolutely devastated yesterday, and I totally empathise with him. But like I say, it's all about a learning curve for him. He's, in darting terms, he's a baby.
28.
And this is a real opportunity just to try some new things. I really think that's a slightly
96.
different looking
Kieran,
barrel.
you
I'm not sure if they're the
require
same or
74.
maybe a different colour. But yeah, you can change the tempo of your throw. You can just try some things today. You can play with a bit of freedom.
Game shot on a second leg. Kieran Tian.
Well, it didn't take long, and totally understandably why, but
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw
TKS99,
first.
thoughts on Littler performance
on.
last night?
Unbelievable.
Mind-boggling.
Just the level of unflappable that he is. Like,
95.
For me, the most impressive part was when he hit the 9-darter. He obviously felt the emotion of the situation. He felt the energy of the crowd. The adrenaline would have been pumping. And then seconds later was throwing world-class darts again.
80.
I wouldn't have been able to recover from that. And I would have probably have done a few laps of the arena. The trousers would be round the head.
Yeah, when I was on TalkSport, I was speaking to Gabby, and I said to him the only way to
134.
explain the freedom he's playing with is, and Gabby would have been the academy at Villa, and you're in front of goal. You relish being there.
36.
And I think the difference is when you don't play with that freedom, you want those opportunities, and when you get them, more often than not, you think, "Oh God, don't miss."
60.
Well, he doesn't have that. He's absolutely fearless, and it's almost a bit of naivety, and it's such an advantage.
100.
Built different, isn't he?
Yeah, totally. He's got no baggage. Got no negative luggage hanging around his head.
And he could have had. There's been things that have happened to
Well,
him.
yeah, losing in a world final, most of us would be,
97.
would have been pondering that for. Listen, I didn't get to a final, but I remember what it felt like being in a semi-final that I should have won, and then watching the player that beat me win the final
35.
6-0 with a
Bradley
fairly
require
ordinary performance.
115.
That effectively that ruined me, because I couldn't get that out of my head and understand why that wasn't me. And what did he do?
41.
He just popped and won a
Kieran, you
World
require
Series and an Euro Tour and
170.
Pro Tours. Like you say, cut from a different cloth.
well, the mortals among us, we fear we've missed our opportunity where he just knows there'll be more. And
Bradley
that
requires
might be where
74.
Bradley's attitude is coming from today as well, because yes, it didn't work for him yesterday, which possibly has cost him his campaign here at Champions Week. It's not mathematically certain. He's still in there
Shot on the
fighting,
third
and he is
leg, Bradley
fighting.
Roose.
He's fighting hard today, trying to claw back some form of opportunity to
Fourth leg,
give himself
it's
some
Kieran to
hope
throw
for the back end
first.
of the day.
And
Game
maybe
on.
that's like you say, they're made different. You know, maybe he's thinking, right, come on, 5 from 5.
58.
Let's do it. You know, I'd be thinking, oh,
Check
well,
42.
I'm done. I'll just have a bit of fun today.
Does make you think as well, what are we watching in front of our eyes here at the Super Series? As Co has mentioned in the chat, Littler did use this as a platform last year as
100.
part of his springboard to success, and I honestly think we are watching that same story or a very similar story this week. One that's probably not going to go as quickly
24.
as the Luke Littler story, but I think could ultimately end in a very similar destination, and that's the only player we're guaranteed to see here tomorrow night.
Yeah, Bo Greaves, you're spot on. Totally agree.
81.
That's why we urge you to attend on a Saturday night. You think of the people last year, Matt, that got the opportunity to watch Luke Littler up close and personal, and meet him and chat with him. He's now the Premier League champion a year later. It is less than a year later since he won his last Champions Week.
134.
It's a story to tell down the local, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, have you ever seen this kid play? Well, funny enough, I did. Yeah.
And I do feel like that's going to be the case on Saturday when people come to see Bo and
26.
the rest of the lineup. But last time Bo was here, this place was absolutely packed. I believe it's sold out for tomorrow, isn't it? No
It is, yeah.
tickets available.
100.
But you can book tickets for next Saturday and every Saturday going forward. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. It's just a £2 booking fee. No charge for your ticket.
95.
3 drinks for a tenner.
Bradley require 86.
If you can tell me where you can get a bit of world-class entertainment for 12 quid, I'll join you.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
fourth
there
leg,
from Bradley Roose,
Roose.
averaging around the 95 mark where he's been throughout this entire fixture. Very,
Fifth leg,
very
it's Bradley to
impressive.
throw first.
Yet to miss
Game on.
a double. Now, if you are one of these techie type people, which I'm certainly not, I've been very impressed watching Matthew Edgar editing and doing
45.
bits. But if you do have the technology to scan that QR code that's on your screen, do so and it will take you straight to the landing page where you can reserve your
96.
ticket for, unfortunately, not this Saturday, but every other Saturday going forward.
And although you can't be here in person on Saturday, it doesn't mean you can't watch the
Nope.
darts. Just hit that subscribe button.
45.
Yeah, you can watch it free on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Alan Green said the kid's ruthless. He doesn't care who he's playing against. A bit like a Bristow. Yeah, a very young
140.
Bristow. They actually were very similar. He used to, I mean, that's the thing with Luke as well. You talk to him, he's quite shy, quite reserved. But you put him on stage in front of a
60.
crowd, he comes alive.
Well, you need that, don't you? You need that alter personality, that person, that character
Yeah, the
you
alter
can
ego.
move into that ultimately allows you to be what you need to be in that moment in time.
101.
And I think we see that a little bit with Reece Robinson as well.
Yeah, agreed. He loves it up there because you have a look. I think you were digging around yesterday trying to find some
45.
some data and what he does, and he's a different player
164.
away from here.
Oh, nowhere near what we see here. If you produce what we see here elsewhere, we'd be talking about a multiple champion.
41.
Tian stolen a big march in this one. And Bradley showing good experience here, good ball management starting down on the 19s.
96. Kieran, you require
Trying to
123.
leave that 170.
$33.
Not too much damage done here for Tian. The last two visits, just 41 and 33, have allowed Bradley to close the gap here when
60.
it was
Kieran,
actually
you
a
require
chasm.
90.
Here's one for you, Matt. Nick Williams says, good afternoon all. I suspect it's been already mentioned, What has slightly surprised me watching darts of late is the camaraderie between the players. It's very refreshing. I assume it's genuine. Yeah,
80.
there's a great interview
Bradley require 150.
YouTube with Luke Humphreys where, you know, he says you spend so much time with each other now. There isn't any time for animosity or having any kind of grievances with players, and I think
88.
they are becoming close. I mean, we always used to be
10.
years ago, but now I suppose it's sort of gone full circle.
No score. Bradley require 62.
Well, this one for the first win of the group for Bradley Roose, and maybe his day could go full circle in regards to what he did
Great shot.
yesterday.
And the
A
match,
perfect performance
Bradley
there on the
Roose.
finishing for Bradley Roose. 4 from 4, and he is a happy guy. He would have walked off the stage yesterday very disappointed not picking up a win, but it's a perfect start. A 4-1 victory there over Kieran Tian, and he keeps his hopes alive of somehow making one of the greatest turnarounds we have ever seen in a Group C campaign. He's in there fighting. But coming up next, Reese Robinson takes on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series, where Neil Duff and Reese Robinson are about to do battle in this knife-edge close Group C. Both players performed very well yesterday, averaging in the 90s for the day. Duff at a 92, Robinson over 98, and both of them had three-figure averages across the day as well. This game in particular was a decent one. Duff getting the win, 4-2 with a 98.53 in that match, and if he wins it, he will move outright top of the table. Guiding you through the action then, it's back to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it was Robinson who averaged over 98 for the day, but it was Duff, as you say, that averaged over 98 in their contest yesterday, winning 4-2. It was a thoroughly enjoyable game, but the downfall for Reese, I say downfall, he's just getting the odd dart here and there, wasn't he, and just not finding the target. Keep your questions coming in chat. Sean Bennett mentions about the 9-darter. Well, you called it yesterday. Not going to give you an opportunity to elaborate on
First
that.
leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Here's one for you, though. And no bus, because I'll answer it first. There's going to be no throwing under. Quick question. Should the winner of the PDC Women's Series get a tour card? I don't think so.
I agree.
100.
For the same reasons.
Yes. Yeah. There is one thing, though, to take a look at in your chat at the moment. There is a poll that is live and active. We'll be putting these out throughout the
60.
day as part of our interaction throughout the Group C campaign. We want to get your views. Who do you think is going to win this match? At the moment, 65% of people think it's going to go the way of Reese Robinson.
108.
Maybe. That's why.
Well, yesterday, Reese Robinson hit 12 maximums. I mean, when we look at the amount of legs that Reese Robinson played, that means he's hitting a 180 sort of just over every 2 legs. 0.42 180s per leg. That is absolute elite.
140.
Well, we were waxing lyrically about Bo Greaves' number. What was she? 0.36.
Yeah. And could you imagine the 180 stats
85.
between Reese Robinson and Bo Greaves?
81.
Well, if they meet in the final, can we put a thing in there that we want to see a best of 21?
I wouldn't be surprised if the odds compilers went as far as saying
49.
over 3.5
Agreed.
for that sort of even money split, which is ridiculous for a best of 7, but they're 2 massive 180 hitters.
140. Reese, you require 32.
Great little question coming, or opinion, whichever way you want to look
Shot
at
on
it.
the first leg, Reese Robinson.
Robinson fires in a 13-darter. Chris, with the insane averages these days
Second
compared
leg,
to 30
it's
years
Neil to
ago,
throw
where can
first.
you see darts
Game on.
being in 30 years' time? Will it be 12 darters or under every leg? Only if they continue to make the boards bigger.
60.
Can't really compare darts today from 30 years ago for multiple reasons. The main one being the quality of equipment they're playing on, the bigger target areas in terms of
85.
doubles and trebles, not the actual board itself, and of course the advances in darts themselves and the equipment
81.
far superior. It's a bit like comparing Formula One times from today and 30 years ago. Absolutely futile, really.
100.
I've seen several studies and several people use proper engineering equipment to measure the boards, and it's between, well, actually anything between 10 and 15%
41.
bigger nowadays. So I sort of use a number somewhere in the middle, around 12, and I just sort of add 12% on people's averages from 30 years ago, if you like, 40 years ago, just to make some kind of comparable.
125.
I also think it's a bit of a myth that darts wasn't as good back then.
I know.
Well, let's look at 1996, the World Championship final. Dennis Priestley lost it, playing 101 average over 10 sets.
55.
Yeah, I know. Eric has got tournament averages of over 95.
Well, those 3 World Championships there, 1996, Dennis Priestley lost 10 sets, 101 average.
121.
The next 2 years, Phil Taylor won with 100 and 103.
Yeah, and that's over distance.
And that's nearly 30 years ago.
45.
So it was happening.
Reese, you require
Yeah.
70.
They just want as many people doing it because they want as many tournaments, I suppose you could say. There's more opportunity now. There's less dwell time. There's less hurt time.
62.
But the one thing that we can compare the modern era is going to be the rivalry between the 2 Lukes. It could well be very much the rivalry that John and Eric had, and
59. Reese, you
Phil and
require
Dennis,
8.
and, well, Phil and everybody. Not that it was much of a rivalry, but you get me.
Game shot on a second leg, Reese Robinson.
Well, I think part of the reason why the depth in
Third
the
leg,
talent
it's Reese to
and
throw
what we're certainly
first.
seeing here at the Super
Game on.
Series as well is the depth of talent. 'Cause this is off the 128 tour card holders.
Yeah.
I think some of it also comes down to the financial gains and rewards that are available deeper down now, because when we take a look at the World
58.
Championship, it took until 2002 before the runner-up got £25,000, which is the prize fund for winning Champions Week now,
85.
and we have 3 of them a year.
Yeah.
That was a one-off payment once a year at 25 grand.
And we're now reaping the benefits of a very structured program that JDC introduced, the PDC introduced, with secondary tours and dev tours, and now the ADC, and it's just got more structure and more professionalism
60.
to it, and the sport itself is now reaping the rewards.
Well, the
57.
Super Series, it was £1 million prize fund, wasn't it, across the entire year? Well, if you look at that, it took till 2010 before we had £1 million at the World Championship. So again,
85.
further evidence as to why more players are up to that standard, because there's more players that can apply themselves and not work full-time jobs and be able to practice in the correct manner.
Yeah, the financial rewards are there, not only at the top level.
$60.
Someone
Reach
just
you
letting us
require
know
130.
that it's a Rangers away shirt. Not quite as retro as the one he had on, I think it was yesterday.
28.
First little slip there for Reese Robinson.
Or should I say the shirt is based on an away shirt. Obviously isn't a football shirt, but
45.
maybe a
Reach you require
nod to it.
102.
Yeah, that wayward dart there with the last one in hand did cost Neil Duff there, giving Reese Robinson 6 starts at the 102. And that allows him just that freedom to get that
62.
set-up play, leave him on one of his favourites, tops, which we know he loves. He's had tops yesterday. He's had tops here before.
Yeah.
134.
Yeah, he did a
Reach you require
a
40.
Littler and a De Souza.
All he needs now is just tops, just one of them.
Game shot on
He
a
finds
third
it, and that
leg.
puts him
Reece
just
Robinson.
a leg away from the perfect start of the day, because this could be a big leg difference. And at the moment, going into
Fourth
today,
leg, it's
it was
Neil to
leg
throw
difference that
first.
separated
Game
5
on.
players in the field.
And Neil made a slow start out of the blocks yesterday, so
140.
no surprise. That's a bit of a theme with him, where Reese, well, he fired out of the blocks like Usain Bolt. His opening match average yesterday,
140.
106.5. He's not quite at that level in his opening game today, but it's a very tidy 95.
140.
I did have a brief chat this morning with Neil Duff. He's actually got a bit of a safety plan. He's entered the ADC events up in Middlesbrough, so if he doesn't get through,
108.
He's
Great
hopping on the
idea while
train.
he's here. Yeah.
and he's going all the way to the other side of the country. That is some journey, that.
Yeah, some dedication. My goodness.
85.
Struggle to get me to cross the road for a game of darts.
Well, it's 308 miles.
Yeah, it's literally a straight line up, straight through London and
50. Neil, you require
well, straight through
136.
Oxford, really. But
With the changes that he'd need to make. Well, there's a change down to double 8. What
Game
a
shot on
way
the
there
fourth
to get the
leg,
first leg
Neil
on the
Duff.
board for the day for Neil Duff and keep himself well and truly in the mix. He doesn't want to be taking the
Fifth leg. It's Reece
8-hour,
to throw first.
42-minute
Game on.
train ride up to Middlesbrough.
how long?
8 hours, 42 minutes. And that's if he gets that one. If he misses that train, it's 9 hours, 42 minutes.
100.
It's almost like going to Vegas.
I know where I'd rather go.
Yeah, absolutely. You are going to Vegas, aren't you? Lucky man. Are the beds bigger? Yeah, but
140.
the actual scoring area are much bigger. They've effectively, where the outside of the thick round wires would be, it's been replaced on the outside by
60.
a blade. It's basically like I think they call it a spider web, don't they? And it's pressed into the board. So, of course, the actual target
60.
area itself, there's no staples, there's no round wires that can move. Here's the question. Your opinion has the capability to stop Littler and Humphries from totally dominating
100.
the PDC. I don't think the other players are on the same levels at the moment. Well, on any given day, pretty much any of the top 32 and in and around that top 32.
43.
I've seen players here average 117, 114 for Bow, 110s, 106 yesterday for
140.
the man in shot. Any kind of number like that over a race to 6 or 8 or 10.
45.
It's not a given.
101.
That's for sure.
But Reese with 6 darts in his hand, you'd feel would be, with the form that he's been showing here at Champions Week. It's double 19 for the match. But sensibly split
69.
exchanges.
I like it. An example, Damon Hetzer in the UK Open against Luke Littler this year. One of the greatest sessions of darts I think I've ever seen.
139. Reese, you require 32.
That was very special. And this has been special from Reese Robinson.
Game shot.
He puts
and the match,
himself up
Reece
towards the top of the
Robinson.
table. He is the top of the table. A good, solid win there over one of his rivals. How important could that be come the end of the day? That 136 from Neil Duff could also play its part because leg difference is the only thing that separated the field at the start of the day. But right now, there's some points and a tiny little bit of daylight there for Reece Robinson, who continues where he played off yesterday. And, well, Andreas Harrison's going to want to do that, but he's got his hands full. He's taking on Andy Davidson. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, Group C, Champions Week, Series 7. And we're still none the wiser as to who will be joining Bo Greaves at finals night tomorrow. Andreas Harrison and Andy Davidson both in with excellent chances, and that bid will be bolstered with victory in this one. Harrison, the 48-year-old Swede who has played well all week, was probably a little bit unlucky to miss out on Group B. And Davidson himself was a star performer in this group yesterday. The ADC qualifier who won week 11 had an average across the day of more than 96. Whoever wins this one will join Rhys Robinson on 8 points at the top of the table. And talking you through it, it's back to Matt and Mace.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, the chat got it right in the last one in the vote.
First
voted
leg,
for
it's
Robinson.
Andreas to throw
This
first.
one,
Game on.
68%, Matt. Go the way of Harrison against Davidson. And is there any more, or is there a more interactive
140.
darts platform than the Super Series?
Not that I know of.
140.
Always looking to build on our interaction and engagement. So please do keep letting us know what you want to see, and if we can integrate it in any way,
100.
we'll make sure that we do. 68% of people, the vote has ended, has gone with
100.
Andreas Harrison to pick up this victory, which I think's a little brave to take on Andy Davidson so strongly, because he has been brilliant, hasn't he, these
36.
past couple of days? A near 97 average yesterday across his whole 5 matches.
Yeah. My vote
97.
went to Davidson, as he seems to have no issue getting out of the blocks and seems to
140.
going quite quickly up there.
And he require 164. 139. Andreas, you require 85.
I'll answer that question in a minute, Chris, because it's quite interesting.
Shake of the head in Andreas here, missing
31.
the numbers, a
And
few
he
wild
required
darts, and
25.
that's not the first time we said that. We've been saying that throughout the week. And this is an area of the board that Davidson has
17.
really had so much
Andreas,
success
you
in,
require
but
54.
not able to find it to get the breaker throw here against Harrison. So a reprieve for the Swedes.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
Chris
Harrison.
Daniel says, I noticed that many of the competitors open their mouths when they're throwing.
Second
Is this
leg.
due
It's
to
Andy to throw first.
controlling their
Game on.
breathing, or is it something else I'm missing? Well, yeah, you watch
57.
a lot of sports, or not necessarily sports, or anything that takes some form of concentration and effort. Sometimes the
100.
nerves are absorbed into the body in some way, and often in the mouth there is a
psychological
80.
reason for
Yeah.
it. So where the jaw sort of meets, just underneath the cheekbones, there's muscle. And when you realise, not so much that the mouth needs to be, you don't need to look like you're eating an apple.
70.
Just enough so that the teeth aren't touching and you feel it. And you'll feel it all the way across underneath your cheekbones.
100.
That relaxation. And if you've got that relaxation there, that is the first muscle that is stimulated into the brain. So if that is tense, what happens is the brain signalises tension and
60.
sends out the signals to deal with tension and stress.
and that's why you see that sometimes people will open their
60.
mouths, or there'll be some kind of reaction in the face.
Relax the face, relax that muscle that connects the jaw just under the cheekbone, and
42.
you'll feel that almost like a blanket of relaxation coming through the body.
96.
And I'm sure you're all trying it at home right now, and I look forward to
Seeing the pictures.
seeing the response. We're going, thank you for that, Dr. Edgar.
85. And you require 108. 94. Andreas,
The
you
only last
require
bit of advice I'll give though is
144.
don't over-exaggerate it, especially if you're using it as a relaxation technique. Say if the wife's speaking to you, because you might think you're yawning at her.
120.
So 2 sevens for
And he
Davidson
require
to get us
14.
level. It's literally just south of his favourite double 16. But that is the downplay
No
of some of
score.
these sort of finishes, the sevens.
Andreas,
It
you
doesn't give you an
require
opportunity
24.
coming inside.
And some of his doubling yesterday was in incredible
Game
form
shot
on the
his
outer
second
wire in
leg,
spells.
Andreas Harrison.
Well, the opening games, he was 100% in his first one.
Third leg,
1
it's
from 1.
Andreas to throw first.
He then was 4 from
Game
5
on.
and 4 from 7. So that is 13 darts thrown and 9 legs won.
Correct, Lars. Spot on
100.
regarding a mental thing. Yeah, Colin Monk did it. He did. Christian Kiss does it.
140.
Very few players' mouths are still when they're throwing.
See, in the sense of Christian Kiss, Colin Monk,
140.
because they move the jaw down, it'll stretch so you don't get that psychological relaxation in terms of the stimulation of that
35.
nerve. So it is very different in their sense, because when you over-exaggerate, you go the other way. So you're actually engaging the muscle.
41.
It's almost like the nervous energy is coming out of the mouth, isn't it? Or around the mouth. Yeah, Gezi Price does it as well.
100.
Many do. If you watch them closely. I tend to spend more time watching where the dart lands, personally.
60.
Well, they was landing beautifully there, and it just looked like he was going to put one on
Andreas
top.
require
This
160.
flat line angle of entry for Davidson, who has had his opportunities in both legs so far, but been unable to take them.
140. And he require 91.
This one, a combination shot. And so often
Game
you
shot
see
on
that
the
when you're
third
struggling to
leg,
get a
Andy
double with 3 darts,
Davidson.
the combination shots seem to be more likely. And an ironic celebration for Andy Davidson, who will
Fourth
probably feel
leg,
this
it's
should be
Andy
the other
to
way
throw
round,
first.
maybe 2-1 up.
Game on.
Well, Harrison is 2 from 2, but Davidson 1 from 8.
140.
He's had 4 times the amount of opportunities.
100.
So, I like a lookalike.
55.
Well, I do like a lookalike. And
Are we talking like 30% lookalike or 50 or?
I'm talking a decent percentage here. Anyone who,
140.
like me, likes a bit of Master System and retro gaming might just see a little bit of Alex Kidd in Andy Davidson. I'm going to get pictures up so
83.
you can see it, Mace, because I'm sure you've not sat on the Sega Master System too much.
Don't know what that is, but oh, it's a computer. Oh my goodness, yes. Frightening.
57.
And I presume that game's older than Andy is, so the character wasn't based on him.
133.
Yeah, he's 28 years old, so it'd have been more, 1996? Great year. European Championships in the UK.
Oh yeah.
But I don't believe he's got a
60.
nickname, so
And he
maybe
require 90.
we've just sorted for him. Alex Kidd.
1996, fabulous year. The year I won my first World Ranking tournament. Were you even playing then? Mike?
50. Andreas, you require
I
144.
might have been starting then, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was a very good year, actually. Space Jam came out that
56.
year as well.
And you require 40.
Andy Davidson born along some real good
Game shot on the
moments.
fourth flag.
And
Andy
that is a
Davidson.
good moment for him there, getting it back up and level. But he's going to need to find a breaker throw.
Fifth flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $97. $100.
The Olympics as well, of course, in 1996, wasn't it?
60.
And don't obviously forget the year of the Spice Girls.
140.
Wow.
$45. 45.
I'm sure you had many of their cassettes, Mace.
$99.
Proper bull. Oscar De La Hoya defeated Julio Cesar Chavez in
100.
June of 1996. Sri Lanka beat Australia by 7 wickets in the Cricket World Cup.
And Andy Davidson started his darting journey,
Which Andy require 160.
if he's going to put himself in a good position, I'll scrap that. He's gone wide on the first dart,
44.
and Andreas Harrison now
Andreas, you require
3 darts
20.
to regain the lead.
Yeah, he's earned this chance. The wonderful Max, double 5, and yeah,
Game
he
shot on the
finds
fifth
it.
flag,
Of course,
Andreas
one for
Harrison.
Nico. He won't forgive me if I don't say this. Well, there was
Sixth
2 things
flag,
happened
it's
that
Andy
year.
to throw
Tiger Woods
first.
turned pro,
Game on.
but Nick Faldo won the Masters. That is
90.
World in Sport in 1996. I think you already announced the darts in 1996, didn't you?
180.
Well, Harrison took a 2-0 lead, got brought back, and then he's finding another level, another gear here. Just going through the gears. And he's trying to get this one done and get himself onto 8 points, joining Reece
95.
Robinson at the top of the table. They were the 2 players who the bookies expected to be the top 2, and they could be after the 6th lap of
134.
fixtures. 4 more laps of games to go at the end of this match.
81.
1996, of course, was the year that Steve Beaton won his world title against defending
54.
champion Richie Bennett in the
Andreas, you
final.
require 145. $105. Andy, you require 123.
Oh, it's on. They go to the 16s to leave him on the bullseye.
85.
The last dart he gets to
Andreas, you
throw,
require
Andreas Harrison
40.
doesn't pass these opportunities too often when he's got 3 darts in hand.
Game shot.
And he
the
doesn't.
match.
Last
Andreas
dart in hand,
Harrison.
just as Andy Davidson would have been hoping for an opportunity to come back to the board and extend the game another leg. Andreas Harrison, last dart in hand, hurts Andy Davidson and strengthens his opportunity of getting through to Saturday night. He joins Reece Robinson at the top of the table on 8, and we now have a 2-point gap between the qualifying places and the rest of the pack. 2 players that will be hoping to close that, Neil Duff and Bradley Roose, go head-to-head coming up next.
So the first round of fixtures complete on the final day of Group C on Champions Week. Neil Duff will be looking to join the top 2 in the league table on 8 points. That top 2 are Rhys Robinson and Andreas Harrison, who do play each other in this next round of matches. Kieran Tian taking on Andy Davidson, both suffering defeats in their opening games. But up next, Duff against Bradley Roose, who did get a victory, his first victory of the campaign in the opening match today, beating Kieran Tian, the Dutchman, playing the role of something of a spoiler today, realistically. Can he spoil Neil Duff's progress and stop him joining the 2 at the top? I'll hand you back to our 2 in the box, Matthew Edgar alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, the chat on fire with their voting so far today. 68% had Harrison for the last one. And 64% have Neil Duff.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
I think Bradley Roose would have maybe just put a few on notice, though, in that last performance. Didn't miss a double 4 from 4 and a much improved level.
100.
But I suppose for Neil Duff, who's already lost one game today, it's kind of back to the wall, and he's got to come out swinging, and he's come out swinging with keys in his hands.
100.
Someone's saying, did I have the ponytail in 96? I did.
85.
Who was your favourite Spice Girl? Emma Bunting. Emma Bunton, I think is her name, is it?
That's correct. A Baby Spice.
100.
Pretty girl. Is the list of the other 10 players for Ladies Week on tonight alongside Bo and Fallon? Yeah, we've done that a couple of times.
81.
I will read through. Oh, no, did you do it last night? Didn't you? Did you do next week's lineup last night with Chris Murphy?
No, I'm sure
60.
we'll give you many reminders, though, throughout the day and throughout the campaign.
Chris, before you hit the bottle, big time, did you play locally with any players we may have heard of?
45.
Mike Gregory, yeah, of course. Steve Brown, Mark Dubbridge, Bob Anderson.
$58. Now you require 110.
6 starts if he needs them here for Neil Duff, courtesy of hitting that maximum with the first visit. You may save the situation here.
72.
Jane Murray says, hello everyone, I had my first daughter in 96, so thanks to Mason Matthew, I feel officially old. Only as old as you feel.
46. Now you require 38.
It was Gazza's amazing goal, 96, wasn't it?
Game shot on the
So he
first
tied
leg.
Hendry
Neil
up to
Duff.
knots, wasn't it?
Well, if you're as old as you feel, I look forward to going to the Seniors World
Second
Championship
leg, it's
qualifiers
Bradley to
next
throw
year.
First. Game on. $58.
A good response that, though, from Neil Duff. And one of the things I like about that was just how casually he took out the double 14. You could tell by the
60.
reaction that he wasn't he was looking for a 6. You could tell by the reaction he wasn't happy with the 10, but very adaptable. And I suppose you've got to be in those situations.
100.
And that's why he's got that star on the back of his shirt. That representing the WDF World Championship he picked up at Lakeside in 2022.
100.
Somewhere he'll be hoping to go back and regain that title come December of this year.
$180.
Beautiful, Max.
80.
Oh, bang in the middle of the treble 20.
80.
Just got to watch he doesn't get embroiled here. Be
45.
fully aware of the table in his current position. He won't want to see either Harrison
100.
or Robertson just get a bit
Bradley
of
require 118.
a bit of a jump on him. Only the top 2 from 6 go through. Remember it in Group C.
Oh,
Game
what
shot
a
on the
finish that
second
is from
leg,
Bradley
Bradley
Roose.
Roose.
Didn't need to go that way with Neil Duff quite the way back, and Neil Duff does
Third
offer the
leg, it's
fist
Neil
bump
to
there.
throw
I mean,
first.
Duff
Game on.
could have took out the finish, but we do see a lot of times now players opting to lay it up,
60.
playing the psychological warfare.
It is the, what is it, the Dutch Darts Masters Euro Tour 7 got underway a little while ago. Dom Taylor beating De Souza 6-3.
66.
Richie Edhouse is great form, a player we've seen in the Super Series, of course, or the Live League. He's a 6-3 winner. Jeffrey de Graaf, who
100.
really did play well when he visited us here at the Super Series before getting the card, defeats Madas Razma 6-3. And Van Velzen and Kiss
60.
locked to 4-4.
Let's just go back to that question we was asked yesterday by the chat, where it says, would the players that play here at the Super Series be able to rival those players in the top 32? And we said
55.
absolutely, it happens all the time. Another case in point there. Dom Taylor was here last year before picking up a PDC Tour card, and he has just beat the world number 30, Jose de Souza.
45.
The form is franked on a regular basis.
$84.
We'll talk about stars on the shirts. You may also know Bradley's got a couple of stars on his shirts. That's to represent
81.
world titles that he's picked up as well. They are on the junior circuit. Two-time junior world champion.
$55.
If he won a senior world title, would he have 3 stars then? Or do you think he'd just drop the 2 and have one big one?
100. Neil, you require 147.
Maybe there'll be different colours.
No, I don't believe so, Echo.
100. Bradley, you require 149.
He just took out a 118 in the last leg. That one, in
104.
the context, would have been
Neil, you
significant.
require 47.
Good little bit of pressure, though, from Bradley.
Game shot on the third leg.
Had no
Neil
effect
Duff.
whatsoever on Neil Duff.
Fourth leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I like to see that there from Bradley Roose. You saw him just stood at the back of the stage with his head down, trying to prepare,
58.
trying to get ready for the shot, approaching the hockey in the right way. Yesterday, he'd been looking all around the room, counting the tiles. He was a very distracted player, wasn't he?
81.
Yeah, he was a little bit too emotionally invested in the day's play yesterday.
$125. $81. $121.
A lift there in the shoulder, which didn't allow him to throw and propel the dart through to the board. Ultimately, just a bit of a nosedive.
137.
We do still hold strong on the advantage of throw.
$80.
He looked at that dart in disgust, didn't he, as it hit the floor. Knows how important that could be to his campaign. He can't afford any more defeats.
100. Bradley, you require
His
170.
throw is under a little bit of threat here. And he needs the one treble, though, to get the dart at the double, and he's found it.
For a level game. Beautiful.
Game shot on a fourth flag. Bradley Roose.
Well, that's 2 good finishes there from Bradley Roose. 118 and 117.
Fifth flag.
2
It's
from
Neil to
2.
throw first. Game on.
On the outer ring.
$100.
Someone asks here, is Wolfie the oldest player to have been at the Super Series? I believe
95.
so. Can't think of anybody older.
I think I might know who the youngest player
100.
is. It's got to be Luke Littler, hasn't it? And I think it always will be.
I'd like to see us have a younger winner.
140.
That'd be something else.
I think it was just the way his birthday fell as well, wasn't it? Because like on his birthday, he went and qualified for a UK Open, where had his birthday been like 2 months later, he'd have missed the
97.
qualifiers.
Yeah. Well, had it been a day later. You had to be 17 to enter, didn't you?
16.
96.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The qualifiers, yeah.
Yeah.
Larry Butler may be older.
140.
First ever world match
Bradley
play winner,
require
Larry Butler.
170.
Yeah, what a surprise that was. I was there. I want a VIP.
138.
VIP weekend
Neil, you require 64.
in the darts world. And it was sponsored by Proton Cars, and I was up on the VIP balcony area, and I spoke to Tommy Cox,
40.
and I said, "I'll be here in a couple of years."
Bradley
And he went, "Yeah,
require
of course you will, son."
32.
Good prediction. What's the prediction on this double 16? Well, I wouldn't have predicted that one up to double 9.
Game
And he
shot on a
gets it.
fifth leg.
That's starting
Bradley
hand, and
Roose.
Neil Duff walks over to the drinks table, frustrated figure, because he had a dart there to hold on to his throw, and it was a long, long way off.
First.
And now
Game on.
he's in a spot of bother here, because losing this game, he may start thinking about that train to Middlesbrough.
And Bradley's starting to reel in Kieran Tian.
60.
This is where just one win yesterday could have changed the whole story for
Absolutely.
Bradley. And that's where sometimes, although it's not going well, you
59.
can't get drawn into that negativity because you don't know what the next day brings. And that one win at the end of the day could have given him a real chance.
Larry Butler and Martin Adams are
70.
both 67, it appears. But I think Martin Adams has played the most recently.
95. $140. $45.
Another wild dart from Neil Duff has put him in bother here.
Yeah, 71 behind. Plus these. I was just about to say, one big treble here.
96.
A turn would be more than enough, I think. Can't leave a finish, so
41. Bradley require
no
135.
real need to go ball. He has, and he's hit it. Treble 17. 58 when he
77.
comes back. He's going to make it. 2 from 2, Matt. Who would have thought?
43. Bradley
And
require
the chat has got
58.
one wrong. Shock horror.
The time is on his side. Neil Duff back on 218.
38.
Knows he'll be back. Nothing Neil Duff can do. And he'll feel there's nothing he can do at the moment. The shake of the head tells you everything you need to
58.
know. He's still
Bradley
a long way
require
away from
20.
causing any problems for Bradley. He's a dart away from the match.
Double 5. He's just having a look to see if he needs to go for
Get
it.
shot.
Well,
And
he
the
did
match,
go for it.
Bradley
He found
Roose.
it. Bradley Roose. 2 from 2 after going down in all 5 matches yesterday. Now the numbers 81-67 for Duff, 85-58, and it's back-to-back defeats for Neil Duff, who was joint top of the table, remember, at the start of play this afternoon. Both players finding just the 180 apiece. When we come back, Kieran Tian takes on the exciting Andy Davidson.
Welcome back to the action at the Champions Week of the Modus Super Series with Kieran Tian and Andy Davidson about to do battle after Neil Duff was beaten. He's been beaten twice as well, so opportunities here for one of this pair to climb into the top two, or at least level with Andreas Harrison and Reece Robinson at the top of the table. It was a bad start for Kieran Tian today. He went down to the player at the bottom of the table. Yesterday went badly for Bradley, but today Roose cannot lose. 2 wins from 2 for the young Dutchman. 1 against Hightower Tian. Davidson also beaten in his opener by Andreas Harrison, but a win here for either player will put them on 8 points and tied at the top. So I'll hand you back to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Chris. Well, just to confirm that Van Velzen did eventually get the better of Christian Kist, 6-5.
57.
Up next, Brendan Dolan against Owen Bates. Another player we've seen plenty
40.
of.
Coming back to this Group C campaign, it has been one of the most entertaining Group Cs in regards to the standard that we saw yesterday, in regards to the amount of players that were level on points. But are we going to see one of the most unlikely stories
85.
that we have ever seen here at the Super Series? Bradley Rose, it still looks 1,000 to 1 from where it is now,
51.
but it's still possible.
Certainly is mathematically. Jay Murray says, my RBL said, I remember when
100.
me was part of the Young Guns with Alex Roy. No, it was Steve Raw. We made the final of the World Pairs, going down to
84.
Bob Anderson and Phil Taylor by a few legs.
140.
That we were talking about funny things that happened. Keith Deller was playing with Jamie Harvey, and they had one of these big uplighter lights on the stage, and everybody was pre-warned about, look, there it is, don't go anywhere near it, it's hot for one, and obviously there's a hole in the stage. Oh, there was this
58.
I think it was on Sky Sports, obviously, and there was this massive bang and crash, and Jamie decided to have a wander around the stage and found himself going down the hole.
64.
Only Jamie.
Andy requires 78.
Double 12 over to the sixes for Davidson, and it's not working for him at the moment on the finishes, is it, today?
Typical of dart players, rather than sort of be concerned about his health and safety and welfare, everybody laughed their heads off.
9. Andy requires
Well, you're
6.
still laughing now, mate, so I'm not surprised.
It was hilarious, and I think that was 1996, 97, somewhere around there.
No score.
More missed doubles
Kieran,
there from Davidson. That's
16.
5 in this leg, and continuing that pattern of missed doubles that cost him the opening game.
Game
And
shot on the first leg.
cost him the
Kieran
opening leg.
Tian.
That was a week-long tournament. I want to say it was
Second
like
leg. It's
Bogner
Andy
or
to
something
throw
like
first. Game on.
that. And this is sort of difference in the way the sport is now. We all got
41.
£1,000. That was it. £1,000.
Can't imagine that lasted you too long, to be fair.
I think I spent it all that week.
182.
First max goes to Tian.
41.
Thinking about things falling off stages or through stages. Remember the opening night here at the Super Series when a dart got lost down the smoke vents?
Who was that? Was it Scott Taylor?
95.
Scott Taylor, was it? It was
Stephen Burton.
Stephen Burton. Bertie. Yeah, and the thing
55.
was, we knew it'd gone down, but we weren't quite sure where it was, and the actual steps will slide out. So that night I think we'll just pull the steps out, and there
100.
it was behind the steps. I think we had to post it to him because he was playing in a big tournament somewhere.
42. Kieran, you require 126.
For a 2-0 lead. Going to start down on the 19s. Didn't have to do that with Davidson back on 3-2-2, but a lot of the time players just like to follow the patterns of what you traditionally go
61.
for.
Well, talking of patterns, the chat had
94.
Duff in the last
Kieran,
one. He
you
went down
require
to
65.
Bradley. They've had Davidson in this one, 79%. And Davidson.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
it's
second leg.
Tian,
Kieran Tian.
who's 2-0 to the good.
Third
What's
leg.
going
It's
on
Kieran
with
to
Andy
throw
Davidson
first.
here?
Game on.
He's averaging what he was averaging yesterday with 2 darts. He averaged 96 yesterday for the session, averaging 64 today.
83.
It has been probably one of the longest weeks, so you've got to remember that Andy
100.
Davidson's played. This is a different test of his ability. This is more of a marathon, and he has been here all week. This is day number 5 for Davidson, who's already played 20 matches
46.
before any of the games today. And are we just seeing a little bit of the fatigue starting to show itself?
140.
Jay Murray says, did you ever play with Alex in pairs? Because he's arguing with himself here, saying he remembers you with him. No, Alex Roy never played in the World Pairs, I don't believe. It was definitely me
56.
and Steve Raw.
$132. 119. Andy require 129.
Alan Green says, funny moment, went to VAC.
97.
Extortions darts Keith Deller. Face was Asperly, covered in chalk. I'm not sure what that means. It just sounds horrific.
97. Andy require
Over
32.
to his favourite double this time, Andy Davis. That is inviting. Not able to use the dart. And
24.
that is when you know things aren't
Here in
going well, when you
require
can't play off a
100.
dart. That was perfect for him, and they're the sort of shots he's been mopping up all week. This would hurt if Tian is able to land tops. He's not. So a reprieve here for
41.
Davidson, who's
Andy
already missed
require
9
8.
darts at a double in this match
Game
and
shot on
gets one at the
third
10th
leg.
time of
Andy
asking.
Davidson.
He did this in the opening game, then gave us a ironic celebration. So it does go to
Fourth
show that
leg.
he's
It's
already
Andy to throw
thinking
first.
where the
Game
problem
on.
lies, and he's on the same track that we are, and it's on the outer ring.
100.
It's a must-win game for him to just keep pace. Otherwise, we're going to may start to see a bit of group separation like we've seen in Group B last night.
100.
Well, it's normally around this time a Group C really forms, doesn't it? We are now in our 7th cycle of fixtures. There are 10 laps of fixtures to go in
81.
total. Reese Robinson and Andreas Harrison to complete this cycle. They're coming up next in a top-of-the-table clash, where
131.
one player will have to reach 10.
$85.
Jack Davey, evening from Melbourne. What a brilliant week of darts this has been. Spot on, Jack. Glad you're
100.
enjoying it alongside myself and Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy. Very enjoyable week, and
45.
these are the kind
Here
of
in your
weeks
require
we
170.
expect and hope for in Champions Week.
Absolutely. Takes a lot of effort just to get through a group campaign here to
49.
get to this stage. So this is also a bit of a reward for the players. So as much as the stakes are high, you can kind of just sort of settle into the week a little bit,
140.
because it is one of
Here
those
in your require
rewards where
121.
you get the opportunity to play for the big prizes.
Here's a substantial prize, of course. £25,000, double 14.
107.
For pretty much all the
And you
players,
require
this is a
50.
career high check.
Yeah.
18. Kieran, you
With the
require
exclusion
40.
of Neil Duff, no one's cashed more than 25k.
Game shot on a 4th flag. Kieran Tian.
Leg away from getting the ball,
Fifth
the
flag.
points on the
It's
board
Kieran to
there,
throw
Kieran
first.
Tian.
Game on.
And that would really dent the chances of Andy Davidson, because we said at the start of the day, leg difference, the only thing separating them. If he is to lose this one quite heavy, lost the opening game by 4-2 to a rival.
97.
If he loses 4-1, 4-2 again to a rival, he could be in big, big trouble.
Well, yeah, because as you've rightly
140.
said, next up Robertson plays Harrison, so one of them is going to go to 10, and then Harrison plays Tian, who,
60.
if he wins here, will also go to 10, which would mean he's then 4 points off the pace.
As far as
100.
things stand, your live in-play table to see Kieran Tian with this scoreline in place, moving into the top half of the table and just behind on leg difference those
125.
players in qualifying places. Here's the top 2 reminder that do go through to Saturday.
49.
After 6 games, Reece Robinson and Andreas Harrison just cannot be separated.
$99.
Not quite sure what's going on with Andy Davidson.
180.
Averaged just shy of
Kieran, you're
88
by
in
120.
his opening game, down at just shy of 81 here.
May look at the bullseye here because he doesn't like the way that dart is sat. No, it's going to stay there. Found a way around. What a dart. Does return back to the original hockey position, something I really like.
80.
Well, I suppose for him
And you
being
require
that
32.
tall, for me and you, we'd have to go severely left or right with him. He can just dink it over the top.
Game shot on a fifth
Dink it over the
leg,
top
Andy
is
Davidson.
what Andy Davidson does, is he ironically gives it a
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
second look.
Game on. $140.
Also, must make a special mention for Charlie Corstefine, who
43.
refereed that Premier League final. Did a wonderful job of it as well.
100.
He's a member of the team here, of course, and has been for certainly as long as I can remember.
97.
And our roommate, of course.
82.
Did the midnight travel, didn't he?
He did.
Doesn't want to miss out on any Champions Week action.
47. 45.
Well, a couple of minutes ago, we were sort of looking at Tian coasting to victory,
90.
and this is just what
Andy
this short
require
format does.
134.
I think at sometimes we don't really emphasise the point of how this short format can change, and it's why people are drawn to the
82.
Super Series.
Well, you know as well as I do. You've played enough here. Even when you're 3-1 up, you don't feel comfortable, do you? You don't think it's not like having an 8-1 lead in a race to 9
Andy
where you think, well,
require
I'm
52.
going to get one of these.
Well, that is a way off though, that first one, but
Game shot on a sixth
rectifies
leg,
the situation
Andy
in the
Davidson.
end, and we go to a one-leg shootout. How important
Seventh
will
and
this
final
leg be
leg.
when we
It's
review
Kieran
the
to throw
action at the end of the
first.
day?
Game on.
This is a massive leg. Huge.
81. 100.
Just seems to have picked up the pace completely, throwing a lot firmer, moving around the hockey a bit quicker. He's getting a spring in his step.
97. 85.
Oh, that is inviting all the room to the right-hand side.
There's a bit of shoulder in that one, but a super recovery.
118.
He's forcing Davidson to find at least one big trouble. He finds two. That's a bonus.
Both players delivering here, finding at least one treble in every visit under this sort of scrutiny on a Champions Week. Good quality last fixture.
47.
But there is the slip. There's the opportunity now for Davidson, and he is cashing it in. The treble with the first start takes the pressure out of the situation. Knowing you've got the minimum requirement and got that position where it's just singles now to guarantee a match start, provided Tian can't pull something off of the top shelf.
That's not going to happen. So Davidson back for 76. Just needs to stay straight on dart 1, but finds the treble 20. Pins the double 8, and what a turnaround that was. Yeah, holds his hands up to say, well, I'm not quite sure what happened early on. More importantly for Davidson, irrelevant of how you got there, young man. And you've got to 8 points, joining Robinson, Harrison, and a 2-point lead over the rest of the field. 80.57 for Tian, 83.10 for Davidson. Biggest game of the day so far coming up next as Reese Robinson takes on Andreas Harrison.
A big match next here then at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Champions Week. Two players that are trying to join Bo Greaves at finals night tomorrow for the biggest payday ever in this tournament, £25,000 on the line. And this duo occupy the top two in Group C at the moment. It's all about staying there now, and one of them will with victory in this one. Nothing separating Andreas Harrison and Reese Robinson at the moment, but that will change. But in whose favour? We'll find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, something's got to give here between these two, because at the moment they are locked together in every single metric.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
I can't really split them. Neither can the chat. They're like 52% for one, 48% for the other, and I'm sure that's reflected in the betting.
100.
If we do look for little clues or indications, one is that Reese Robinson's got the throw. So if it does go down to a last leg shootout,
100.
that could be a crucial factor.
Yeah, and that's where they go 4 to 5, 10 to 11. It's a pick-em, isn't it? You would edge slightly
100.
towards the player with throw so far today. 3 of the players on throw have got it done. 2 haven't.
135.
This game will complete the 7th lap of fixtures, and then we're really in the business end. It really is crunch
100.
time then. The last 3 cycles of fixtures, and there's still 5 people in with a genuine chance, and Bradley Roose he's not going down without a fight.
96.
Absolutely not. Fair play to him. Joseph asked, do I plan to play Modus again, Chris? Yeah, well, we both will at some point. Not sure if it's going to be this year. My
129. Andreas, you require
My diary
170.
is jammed, but I will say, never say never. Matt is hoping to return, if not
100.
the next series, probably the one
Requires
after.
72.
Yeah, it's looking like the one after. He's gone this way to ensure leaving tops. Favourite
It's on the
target and
first
sinks
leg,
it straight
Reece
in the middle.
Robinson.
No problems there for Reese Robinson. A comfortable 15 dart holder throw.
Second leg, it's Andreas to
Absolutely
throw
rock
first.
solid. One is
Game on.
opening game against Neil Duff, 4-1 with a 95 average. Starts this one with a
140.
15. Harrison got the better of Davidson. A slightly out of sorts Davidson, has to be said. Winning 4-2. He was slightly out of sorts in the last game, but managed to get over the line against Tian.
94.
Well, this will be the final Saturday night. That's what Alan Green thinks.
60.
Could well be.
Could be, but first of all, they've got to got there, haven't they? And at the
They've got
moment,
to get in the final. Well, they've got to make finals night.
this group's a long way from being done yet. We're a long
85.
way from knowing the 2 qualifying players. 2 from today, and then 3 from this evening in Group B. Then we know our final 6.
123.
Lee Britton, afternoon, Chris and Matt. This is a Titanic game. It reminds me of a funny thing. You know, you get
42.
these, a lot of the time it's Americans that go around with a microphone and a camera in the street and they ask people questions. And this one question, they asked it to about 100 people, random people off the
60.
street. What was the name of the ship in the film Titanic? Oh, dear. Anyone know
Andreas, you
what
require
darts Reese is
118.
using? That's from Marcus.
$58.
Oh, Condor are the flight and stem manufacturer, aren't they? Or do they make darts
60.
as well?
Andreas, you require 60.
Good question.
$40. Reese, you require 160.
Well, this would be not just a game changer, but potentially a group changer. Robinson not up to the task on this occasion.
45.
Yeah, double 10
Andreas, you
for a level
require
game. Here's one
20.
for you here, Matt. I love doing this.
Game shot on the second
Afternoon,
leg.
boys. Hope you're
Andreas
well.
Harrison.
Struggling with my throw. Throw a lot. I use K-Flex system. I've cut down some flights
Third leg.
to like
It's Reese to
tailor
throw
size.
first. Game on.
As the flight is different, this will help with my accuracy, surely.
Okay, thanks for passing that to me. Yeah, brilliant. So,
100.
it's hard to, first of all, diagnose something without seeing it. That's the first thing I'm going to say. The next thing
100.
is, in regards to cutting the flight down, it's not always going to increase accuracy, but it's going to change how the dart flies through the air. And accuracy is not to do with the equipment or something. That's finding something that suits your
57.
throw, and the accuracy comes from within. So, if you're looking for stability and the dart to fly through the air more true, you obviously want the bigger flight. Think of it like a parachute.
60.
Remember we would have had when we was younger, Chris. Remember the army man on the parachute, and you chuck him out the window,
Yeah.
and then go down and pick it up, and then do it again. We didn't have Xboxes.
140.
If you throw it out the window and the parachute didn't fully sort of expand and you didn't get that full wingspan, it used to spiral down and it used to just twist and turn.
140.
And that's essentially what's happening when you throw the dart with the smaller flight. You get that spiraling, and so
There's no stability to make it go into its
40.
optimum aerodynamic qualities.
but just like the parachute man, if the parachute didn't inflate, it shot to the floor really quick. The same with the dart will fly through the air quicker. So it's more to do with how the dart flies through the air rather than making you more accurate.
Yeah, your type of release, your release point, your oki position, your elbow position
139.
is all relative to the type
You
of
require 101.
flight size, stem size, point size, general balance of the dart.
81. Reach
It's
you
all,
require
it's all
25.
relative and absolutely impossible to diagnose or advise literally without seeing it. You might as well tell me there's something wrong with your car and not let me plug it in.
Game shot on the third leg.
Trying to do
Reece
it over the
Robinson.
phone.
But plenty of information there for you to go for the if the cap
Fourth
fits
leg.
where
It's
it
Andreas
approach.
to throw
And
first.
Reece Robinson
Game on.
was very happy with that one, and he's starting to get animated now. And when he starts to get animated, he tends to get better. It's one of those rare qualities, isn't it? A lot of people need to keep
56.
that sort of tunneled vision, that level of focus, eyes on the prize. But Reece Robinson can sort of come in and out of it, and that's probably why he struggles on the floor events like the development tours or the challenge tours, which we've seen him on
100.
over the years, because the environment in which they are played is sort of a silent environment, played in solo booths with maybe 3 people watching.
Yeah. Marcus says it
140.
takes time to get used to darts. Find a pair that you can throw comfortably and stick with for a few weeks. You're going to be right up against it using 2.
I was going to do the same joke.
92.
Here's a question. Which players bring the most darts equipment cases, etc. with on tournaments? Peter Wright.
There's quite a few, isn't there? They sort of
They
go in with a
remember the darts.
suitcase.
They are. They're like a... Leighton's got one who comes in my pub, and it is, we take the mick out of him. It's like a small briefcase, but it's actually a real dart case.
40. Andreas, you require 167. 85. 123. Andreas, you require 82. 42. Reach, you require 146.
Not surprised to see him stay there. That did look very inviting, and it was a very quick thrown dart, which he was just trying to keep that feel and the line. All he's done there is just caught the flight on the way in.
Yeah, it's just trying to keep the weight of dart, wasn't he? And
88.
like you say, the line.
Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth flag. Andreas Harrison.
Harry says, he just explains what kind of points he's using, and he says, I know you can't advise without
Fifth
seeing,
flag,
but I
it's Reece
assume
to
trying
throw
some
first.
bigger flights
Game on.
is a good shout. Yeah, always start I always say start with a very neutral barrel, very something similar to what Reese is throwing.
121.
Anybody can pretty much throw a set like that, a medium-sized stem and a standard-sized flight, and then just sort of work from there. And again, I was one of these that if I seen someone have some, I go, let me have a throw with those. And if these think, oh, if that was a bit like that, and that's the easiest way to do it. Rather than go out spending literally hundreds of pounds on stuff you may not need.
68.
Just when you're down the pub, just try other people's stuff.
Well, what I did was I got a big standard flight, and I started with that, and I just trimmed the edges off little bit by little bit,
100.
until I got to a size where I was happy, and then said, right, what is available that is closest to that?
41.
So this is a move being made here by Andreas Harrison. Now that maximum has put a bit of a gap between the pair, and he has an extra throw on Reese Robinson here.
60.
Just crowds it. Couldn't find another treble. But Reese is going to need to find a couple here. Andreas Harrison now will get 6 darts at 161. This is a break opportunity. This is a big moment.
Yeah, and you have the darts in the next leg to serve this one out.
125.
That's a fantastic setup play as well there. 2 big power trebles to leave him on 36. There's nothing Reese Robinson can do right now to stop the breaker throw. He's actually give Andreas Harrison another handful of darts should he need them. 6 darts at 36 points. There was an argument there that with the extra throw that he didn't have to go for the double 9.
Hungry Horse says, would all or most of these players have tried for a tour card in January? Didn't Andreas go quite close?
95.
I don't think...
Andreas,
I don't think Reese Robinson went. I don't think Andy Davidson went. Neil Duff definitely didn't.
Fifth flag, Andreas Harrison. Sixth flag, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Darius Labanauskas went to EUQ school. He's coming up tonight. He was very close, just missed out by 1 point.
60.
In regards to the UK, a few of them have gone, but
43.
a lot of people nowadays have alternate plans, don't they? They use ADC systems
60.
and they use the Super Series rather than having that tour card route. Times have sort of changed, haven't they, where it's not the sort of be-all and end-all these days to have that tour card.
41.
Certainly a couple of years ago when COVID hit, if you didn't have a tour card, you weren't really playing darts anymore.
There wasn't really
140.
an alternative, was there? Taff said he was last night some talent at last night's Cambridgeshire Super League team knockout. Martin Adams, Dennis Arbour, Brett Claydon, Claire
60.
Brooklyn plus Scott Williams, who plays in Wolf's team, must have had other plans. Not sure if he's in this weekend's Euro Tour or not.
180.
Oh, Harrison has turned this one on its head, Matt.
Well, the 2 moments, aren't they? And the 2 moments are maximums. A maximum in the last leg to separate, and a maximum
61.
again there. And there is big, big separation on the scoreboard. Reese Robinson's just got to cross his fingers and hope. But he's going for the wrong double.
He's busted,
No
hasn't he?
score.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he thought he wanted.
Yeah. I think he thought he was on 81. 45 would have left 36.
140.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Andreas, you require 61.
But now, he's actually let Reese Robinson get down to a finish.
Now he's on double 18.
43.
Well, this would be
Reese, you require
outrageous.
158.
But how distracting has that been for
58. Andreas, you
The
require
man nicknamed
T.
Dirty.
I just had it confirmed that Andreas had a mare at Q School. Must have been the year before then. I know
14.
one particular year
Reese,
he
you
went
require
reasonably
100.
close.
Reese was shaking his head a moment ago. Andreas Harrison has made a mess of this. He's had 9 darts. Speaking of mess of things, it's all getting a bit messy.
60.
I
Andreas,
don't
you
mean
require
Lionel.
4.
Double 2. A 4th visit to the board from 61 points here for Andreas Harrison. And he finally
And the
gets
match,
over the line.
Andreas Harrison.
Something that Reese Robinson expected to hear a long time ago was game shot in the match, Andreas Harrison, but he ended up having a couple of chances himself. The 158 and then the 100, but he blown the chance with the first start, and Andreas Harrison looks a very, very relieved man right now. He dodged a bit of a bullet there that he kind of put on for himself. And that does complete our 7th cycle of fixtures, with Andreas Harrison now top of the table on 10 points. And we'll start our 8th lap of fixtures with Andy Davidson taking on Neil Duff. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
Game
And
shot
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh,
Pie Face is through. He gets
and
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the Group C players have just 3 more matches each to secure their spot at Champions Night tomorrow. Here is what's happened so far on a Friday fraught with tension. Bradley Roose, the man at the bottom of the table, didn't win a game yesterday. He's won both of his matches so far today. The same goes for Andreas Harrison, who has climbed to the top of that table with victories over Andy Davidson and Reese Robinson, who is just below him. In fact, so is Davidson, and he's in action next against Neil Duff, who's found it tough going today. A defeat here, and there's a real separation between the top 3 and the rest of the field. So an opportunity for Davidson to join Harrison on 10 points. For Duff, he really needs to win this to get to 8 and reignite his campaign, and maybe even keep his chances alive. Guiding you through all the action all week on Champions Week are Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, well, all the matches now, Matt, seem to have a a bit of jeopardy about them. And as you said, it's a stage on day 2 of Group C that things start to take a bit of
First leg,
shape.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Players' hopes start to get squashed at this opportunity. It was a really good comeback victory in the last
85.
game from Andy Davidson, and that really should give him some hope and encouragement going into this fixture with Neil Duff, who around this time yesterday was really throwing his peak
123.
darts. He was averaging 103.15. One of many
60.
ton-plus averages we have seen this week. We've been spoilt by the 100-plus on Champions Week, but that's what we kind of expect when we put all the champions together and get them to battle it out for £25,000.
140. $180.
10th maximum of this group for Andy Davidson.
95.
But not his 10th of the week. That is 22 now for the week for Andy Davidson. At 12 in his Group A campaign.
23.
I suppose that's what makes it even more remarkable, that Bo Greaves stat, doesn't it? Andy Davidson, on his 5th day of play, is on 22 180s.
95.
Bo Greaves finished on
Andy
Wednesday with
required
31.
153. 99.
So,
Here you require 48.
Neil Duff, who, well, it's a must-win game.
40. Andy, you require 54.
And this is a problem when you lose your opening couple of
Shot on the
games in
first
this type
leg,
of
Andy
campaign. You
Davidson.
can get bogged down a bit.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on. $100. $100. $100. $95. $100.
In fairness, Neil Duff is 1-0 down, but he is averaging 9 points higher than his opponent he was
136.
prior to that visit. But the 96 takes him to an average of 96. Duff on 99 in the early stages, and that's just a bit of a marker of
177. And he
how
require
quick
170.
Duff has found his range in this match.
43. Neil, you require 24.
12 darts to leave, double 12.
Shot on a
And only
second
one to
leg.
get the
Neil
job done.
Duff.
Levels us up in probably
Third
a
leg.
crucial
it's Andy
fixture
to
here
throw
for Neil Duff,
first.
because he's actually
Game on.
starting up lap number 7 of fixtures. It does mean that if he's to lose this game, he'd have to sit back and
44.
watch other games before he gets a chance to impact it again. Bradley Roose versus Reece Robinson and Andros Harrison versus Kieran Tian are the other two
60.
fixtures in this cycle.
$140. $70. $123.
A few wild ones today from Andy Davidson.
85.
I think what's frustrating Neil Duff here is the fact that he's had that good strong leg and then doesn't follow it up. And
94.
you kind of feel that's been something that's come around a few times here for Neil Duff.
$60. And do you require 100? $60. $97. And do you require
tops
40?
For Davidson, that could be tricky. That's why we don't see him on this target too often.
Yeah, because he's got to pick a side, hasn't he?
No score.
You could see how he
Neil,
just
you
couldn't get
require
past it. The dart's just laying on
129.
top of the dart that was already in place. Bullseye to break the throw.
94. And do you require 40?
Another opportunity for Davidson, but same
Game
Problem.
shot on the third leg.
No
Andy
problem.
Davidson.
Andy Davidson halfway to getting the job done.
Fourth flag. It's Neil to throw first.
That point in the
Game on.
difference in the averages does still stay there, around about a 9-point gap. But when we look at the points, that's the most important thing when we move to the
100.
table. And as things stand, live in play table sees Andy Davidson
58.
joint top, and that means a second position means he will be in a qualifying place should he win this game temporarily at least.
140.
That would dislodge Reese Robinson out of a qualifying place for Saturday night.
92.
We certainly didn't expect to be saying.
He would have had a game over Reese Robinson. Reese Robinson coming up next against Bradley Roose, who, despite being bottom of the table, it might not be
81.
as pretty reading as you think, because he's actually 2 from 2 today in the winning column.
58.
On the back of that, Reese Robinson in the last game had his worst performance of the week by a significant margin. Until the last game, worst game was a 94.
100.
He averaged just 77 in defeat.
$38. Neil, you
This is
require
coming down
80.
to just timing of on throw at the moment for Davidson. There's still a massive void in the
60.
numbers. Ultimately, it is Davidson who's just got his nose in front. I don't know for how much longer.
59. Neil, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth flag. Neil Duff. Fifth flag. It's Andy to throw first. Game on. $58.
Neil Duff will need to break the throw at some point, and there's no better time than when you see your opponent kick off with a trebleless visit.
108.
And then he fills it up.
Two.
A sign of a player who has won big titles.
58.
Aware of the situation.
$100.
It's got to be a max. Somewhere for Andy Davidson.
140.
To get that advantage of throw back. Or big mistake from Duff, which has
28.
just presented itself.
He finds the trouble. Could ideally do with another. Only down to 145. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
$58.
I'm amazed
And
he
he
didn't
require
switch for the treble
145.
18. Had he hit it, he'd have left a straight ton.
87. Neil, you require 135.
We'll start on the ball. That could be awkward if he gets the treble 20. We'll see what he does. He has to move to the right-hand side.
110.
Wasn't able
And you
to
require 58.
get the required dip to get around the dart. And just like
80.
earlier, that dart just
Neil, you
blocks him out
require
of tops if he just
25.
hits that top wire. And Neil Duff, this would be the opportunity he'd have been expecting to have when he kick-started this leg with a max.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
ends
fifth
it
leg. Neil
Pretty
Duff.
clean. That's the breaker throw. He'll now walk straight down the hockey and return to try and get the job done.
Sixth
That,
leg.
for
It's
me,
Neil to throw first.
is my favourite time
Game
to
on.
break.
Yeah. And he's
96.
well, when you look at the numbers and all the stats, he has been by far the better player, but 2 missed starts at tops
140.
would have given Davidson the 3-2 lead and the advantage.
$100. $96. $60.
Hardly anything here to separate the players.
79.
Just one more big moment for Duff. Should give him an opportunity. And that is sat beautifully in the board. Be expecting to fill.
140. $45. Neil, you require 105.
Still got an opportunity here. He's looking at the treble 18, but just 2 points scored doesn't do too much damage.
3.
And nor does
And
3.
you require 141.
I was going to say that'll be some saver.
89. Neil, you require 102.
Just the one treble, same equation as last time. Would give him a match dart. He's not going to get one. From 105,
54.
he's had 6
And you
darts.
require 52.
And he's still not yet down to a double. That could be the problem for Neil Duff at the back end of this game.
36.
But he's going to get a
Neil, you require
reprieve.
48.
Tops. To get the job done.
Double 10.
Game shot.
Wow,
and the
gets it
match.
done
Neil
in the
Duff.
end. Finds the target, gets that all-important win. Remember, he'd lost his opening 2 matches. That was a huge game for Neil Duff to win, and he keeps himself well in the mix. 88 the average in the end. Below par performance for Andy Davidson, 79.61. 180 apiece when we come back. Excuse me, Bradley Roose against Reese Robinson.
Welcome back. This Group C continues to be close and unpredictable. We come to the halfway match of the final day of it, and still nobody out of contention, but that will change. Officially, Bradley Roose will be eliminated with defeat against Reece Robinson here. However, Roose has won both of his games on Friday. Robinson looking to bounce back to his loss to Andreas Harrison a couple of games ago. That's left the Swede at the top of the table, and Reece now one of 3 players on 8 points in that battle for the top 2. I'll hand you back to our commentary duo for this one, Chris Mason alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, well, Magger, I think this has worked out all right for Reece Robinson. A real quick turnaround. Didn't have too much time to stew on a little bit of a lacklustre performance against Harrison, and he gets the opportunity straight away
First leg,
to bounce back and join
first.
Harrison
Game on.
on 10 points and into a qualifying position.
Absolutely. The danger, though, is he's playing a guy that's probably full of confidence right now, with Bradley Roose winning 2 from 2,
59.
and a player who knows that he has to beat Reece. This is must win for Bradley, who can only reach 10. If he does lose this, then mathematically he is gone. But at the
100.
moment, we've not been able to mark a pen any of the players, and we are entering our 8th cycle.
Yeah, and he's playing a guy who is playing,
60.
or should be playing, with absolute freedom.
$182.
Just had some wonderful information. We did pick up early on that they looked different to the darts we'd seen him use. And
140.
these ones had just been finished being made, and he got them 3 days before travelling to the Super Series. I always say there's a time and a place to try new things. Well, this is the perfect opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's played really well with them today, hasn't he? It has been an improved performance, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be playing with these
59.
moving
Reece
forward.
require 41.
But what a start this is, Reece Robinson. You said it's a good time for him to come straight back out and try and bounce back after that disappointing result and performance in the last game.
9.
When he was looking there at potential 11.
Yeah, ton 180, 180. Finds the 9, doesn't find the double 16 with darts 2 and 3, or darts 11 and
60.
12.
Reece require 32.
Robinson massively fancied this one by the chat in the poll.
Getting done
76%.
of first leg, Reece Robinson.
Well, he's 1 from 5, and that was the
Second
first
leg,
leg,
it's
and
Reece to
a
throw
15
first.
darter.
Game on.
I think the thing for Reece, though, that would be encouraging for him is to have refound those maximums, 2 180s, and you see there the reaction. He was expecting another one there.
123.
He did hit 12 180s yesterday, averaging 0.42 180s a leg so far today. I say only hit 2 until this match, but for Reece that would be
59.
quite a significant drop-off. Just 180 a game on average.
Well, we did ask you on Monday in the chat of, as we mentioned, Specials Week returns next week, and it's
94.
Women's Week. A mixed pairs competition seemed very popular. How would you like to do that, Matt? I'd like to see the 12 men's
59.
name in a hat, the 12 women's name in a hat, and then randomly drawn together for the week.
Yep, mixed pairs week would be good.
140.
Still really want to fly the flag of Vintage Week or Retro Week.
Yeah, Retro Week's the one. A week on an old board.
57.
And the chat have been clambering
Reece
for
require 144.
having a young players week, so I'm thinking, right, in Retro Week we'll have 6 16 to
58.
21-year-olds, and then 6 50 and overs.
42. Reece require 86.
Doesn't need to go 18 and bull. And I'm a little bit surprised to see that he didn't opt to go for the double 18 there, knowing that Reese
46.
likes his double attempts. He's left himself on his favourite here. And he's going to have time at it. At least 6 darts.
56. Reese, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
One of
Reese
them had to go.
Robinson.
Third dart bumping in off darts 1 and 2.
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
We said we expect Bradley to be playing with freedom at the moment, but there is a lot of shoulder shrugging, isn't there? A lot of movement, a lot of flexing at the moment. Maybe just
140.
not quite as free as we expected.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly comfortable in this one.
He did pick up
140.
victories. He was 100% on the doubles in his opening game, and that was where we really took note of the performance and what might be ahead for Bradley Roose today.
58.
Not missed a double here. May not have had a go at one, but he's not missed one.
140.
Well, the other thing to remember is that the payment is bigger the higher up the table you finish. So even though defeat here would mean he couldn't qualify, he's still going to want to get as high as he can to make sure he takes a sizable check.
Yeah, a little bit of bonus money.
$105. $96. Reese, you require 116. $100. Bradley, you require 149.
Well, the first sort of chance that Bradley's had here to try and win a leg. It is a big shot, and it's not one that's going to go. So Reese Robinson
100.
looking very comfortable
Reese, you require 16.
for a second break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Reese Robinson.
Just all a bit cruise control at the moment for Reese Robinson.
Fourth leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
6.5 minutes. 3-0 up.
$43. $81. $100.
Victory here for Reese would move him back into the top 2.
$85.
Top 2 are your qualifying places. I'll remind you of all those possibilities as the day goes on.
140.
I reckon if he wins it here 4-0, he goes top.
180. $125. Bradley require 155.
What a 6-dart conversion this would be. Would have been 335 in 6. Instead he leaves himself quite
139.
handy.
Reese, you require 93.
But Reese Robinson 93 points away from provisionally going top of the table.
Game shot and the
Bradley
match.
was nodding
Reese
along.
Robinson.
And he was right to do so. He expected it to go, and we got the roar there from Reese Robinson. He knows what he's just achieved there. Great bounce back after losing with what had been the worst performance so far of the week. He then bounces back with an average of 98.56. A 4-0 victory over Bradley Roose, ending Bradley Rose's chances of qualifying here this week. And Reese Robinson temporarily goes top of the table at the expense of Andreas Harrison, who will be looking to get that straight back when he takes on Kieran Tian.
Well, on this Champions Week, we know two things so far. Bo Greaves will be at finals night on Saturday. Bradley Roose won't be. That defeat to Reese Robinson finally condemning him to what we kind of knew before a dart was thrown today. But Kieran Tian could pretty much be effectively ruled out of the race with a defeat to Andreas Harrison here, who would take a giant stride towards being in the Saturday showpiece himself. Victory for the Swede would take his point tally to 12, crucially 4 clear of the players in third and fourth. The top 2 go through, and he may well be one of them. And our top 2 are still in the commentary box, so I'll hand you back to Mace and Matt.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, a big game. Well, like we said before the last one, they all
First
feel
leg, it's Andreas to
like
throw
there's
first.
something on them.
Game on.
Kieran for his outside chances of qualifying from here. It's still possible, of course. But
100.
Andreas has a real opportunity now to pretty much get the job done.
120.
Andreas, at the completion of this one, will have Neil Duff to play and Bradley Roose.
97.
Reese Robinson now gets a bit of a break, which again, I think that scheduling just worked out perfect for him.
55.
He's pretty much straight back on after the disappointment of losing to Harrison and bounced back well with a 4-0 win over Bradley, and now he can just
100.
sit back and just chill for a bit. couple of updates from
100.
the Netherlands. Mickey Mansell. Well, no, we'll go to Brendan Dolan because I didn't get that one out there. Dolan beat Bates 6-3.
98.
Mickey Mansell beat Winnie O'Connor 6-2. And Zonneveld and Puha, they are currently locked at 1 apiece. Earlier wins for Dom
100.
Taylor, Richie Edas,
Address you require 106.
Jeffrey de Graaf, Van Velzen, double 18.
Shot on the first leg,
Absolutely
Andreas
nails it.
Harrison.
15 darter, hold of throw 1-0.
Well, that's quite a significant result,
Second
that one
leg,
for
it's
Brendan
Kieran to
Dolan,
throw
because
first.
Oh, for
Game
the
on.
World Cup.
between him and Darrell Gurney, isn't it? They're battling it out for that place, and at the moment, Brendan Dolan just ahead.
140.
Is this the last one, or
I believe
I think this
so.
is the cut-off, isn't it?
100.
And then tomorrow,
Well, as it stands, Darrell Gurney would need to find around about £3,000, so he'd have to win his
93.
game while Brendan Dolan lost at the next round stage. If they both win, it's still in Dolan's favour. So he has to outperform Dolan by a round.
137.
See your all partner, debutant Josh
54.
Rock, representing Northern Ireland.
yeah, big fan of The Rock, winner of the PDC World Youth
38.
Championships, of course. That was last year, wasn't it?
138.
Or was it the year before Josh Rock won that? I can't remember. They all blend into one. Some response from
108.
Dirty Harry.
Kieran, you require 76. Game shot on the second leg. Kieran Tian.
Great response really from Tian there, whose chances are getting a bit limited now in regards to
Third leg,
qualification,
it's
but
Andreas
there's
to
still a
throw
chance.
first.
He's
Game on.
still in with the opportunity. Only Bradley Roose has been eliminated from proceedings.
43.
Good match so far, this one. $15 hold for Andreas,
60.
backed up with a $15 hold from Kieran.
$95. $140. $140.
Can Kieran not make it to finals now? Well, he can, but he has to win all of his games from here.
140.
Any news on when Steve Rest's going to return? August, I think we spoke to Steve this week. That's when the planned return is.
He will also be playing in the
83.
Welsh Open
Kieran,
that
you
we've
require
played in England.
161.
A WF Silver ranked event. Maybe eyeing up a return to Lakeside.
55. Andreas, you require 140.
Well, Steve's brother, of
100.
course, a former
Kieran,
winner
you
of the
require 106.
World Masters and a runner-up.
$80.
Interesting one here from Johnny
Andreas, you
Craig. Question for
require
Mason Matt.
40.
Without a few ales, how do you throw darts like you don't care, but you really do? Finding it hard to translate
on the
practice
third
darts
leg,
into match
Andreas
darts. That's all
Harrison.
about just putting yourself under it. It will become second nature, and
Fourth flag. It's
Well, you've
Kieran to
almost
throw
answered your own
first. Game on.
question in the question.
Yeah, it's something I deal with on a regular basis, actually. That's a very common question. Why do I play well in practice, but I don't in a game? And a lot of that will be down to the fact that there are two versions of yourself.
25.
So what we do is we work through and try and align that so that we only have the one version of you, which is the dart player, essentially.
140.
Totally agree. Stuart McNally just confirms, yep, this is the last one for the World Cup of Darts.
43.
Do you have any particular favourites for that at the moment, Matt?
I do think Northern Ireland's going to be a very tricky customer to beat. I think they're going to
140.
cause some upsets, but you can't look any further than England or Wales.
Yes, that's my pick.
80. Kieran, you require 87.
Also, wouldn't shock me if... I know
55.
Peter Wright did finish bottom of the Premier League, but some of his performances were very good in spells. And we know how well Gary's playing at the moment. They could be a bit of a
99.
a dark horse.
Kieran,
Well, you know
require
yourself,
32.
Pairs is a completely different beast, which is why people want to see it here on a specials week.
Shot on a 4 flag.
Got
Kieran
a great
Tian.
leg there from Tian, 13 darter. Ball just going with throw.
5th flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Will we see a return of Glenn Durrant or his nephew Jamie?
125.
Can't see why not. I think of late Glenn's been playing some tidy stuff. I'm certainly hearing whispers that the exhibition games he's playing very well.
43.
Ethin says, I play the same in practice as a game. So do I, mate. Rubbish.
140.
I would say, though, I don't think we will see. Obviously, Glenn could say completely opposite, but I don't think we would see him here at the
58.
Super Series again. Not as a player.
Oh, right, okay.
Now I've said that, I'm sure he'll be
Just out of spite.
Absolutely.
180.
probably play a full week knowing now. Oh.
$39. Andreas, you require 56.
So solid, both players here on throw. Only 9 darts thrown here from Harrison to have him on a nice little 2-dart combination.
36.
Ethin says Brendan Dolan will make it. Oh, well, someone who can look into the future, or fortunate enough to have a crystal ball.
Well, the real interesting thing here is
55.
the
Andreas,
chat
you require
going
20.
89% in favour of Andreas Harrison. That's the
Yeah.
strongest result we've had all day.
It certainly is. In terms
shot
of
on a 5th
the
flag,
voting, he
Andreas
moves 3-2 in front. That was a
6th
good
leg.
leg
It's
from
Kieran to throw
Harrison.
first.
14
Game
darter.
on.
Well, Ethin says Brendan Dolan will make it, and then says,
140.
is it not possible for Mickey Mansell to make it? No, because you've just said Brendan Dolan will.
And Mickey Mansell can't overtake
81.
Josh Rock, so no, Mickey can't do it. Often
105.
before you press that enter button, it's sometimes best to read what you've typed.
140. $100.
140 would half his score.
100. Kieran, you require 156.
That pattern of play just continues. The player throwing first, looking so solid. He's going to get 6 darts here.
100.
Question here, will we see Paul Nicholson as a player at the Modus again, do you think? I think so, yeah.
Beautiful setup play there from
Kieran, you
Harrison.
require 56.
And this could be a fatal blow if Kieran Tian cannot take out the 56.
Game shot on the
Beautiful.
sixth leg, Kieran Tian.
Real big dart there from Tian. Another holder throw, but
Seventh
he's going to have to
and
break
final
that
leg.
pattern.
It's
That's not
Andreas to
broken
throw
for the last
first.
6 legs.
Game on.
GBC Savage says, we did this gag, well, Matt did. If it's 89% Harrison and 10% Tian,
83.
is it 1% Luke Littler?
45. 58. 97.
No, Derek, it's done on the world rankings, so the top 2 from each country. So at the moment, for England, that's obviously Luke Humphries, the
100.
current world number 1, and Michael Smith.
And it's not even close.
No.
We're talking over £400,000 difference between the next player, which would be Nathan Aspinall, his first reserve.
95.
Then Rob Cross, Dave Chisnell, Doby, Smith, Cullen, Bunting, Gilding, Searle, Wade. Then we get to Luke Littler.
100.
So he's 13th reserve at the moment.
Luke Littler can play for England, but
56.
he's
Andreas, you
not high
require
enough ranked.
160.
I'm sure he will be at some point, but this could be the end for Kieran Tian.
140.
Result. That will have Harrison on the top of the table.
140. Andreas, you require 20. Game shot and the match.
And
Andreas
Harrison gets it done, and he does move to the top of the table and the first player to breach the 12 points. Played 8-1-6, lost just the 2 matches now. Legs 127, +8 in the leg difference. Very tidy performance, 97.95. Couple of 180s in there. Very clean finishing, 4 from 7. And a high out of 106 when we come back. Bradley Roose takes on Andy Davidson.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series, where Group C is nearing its conclusion. Let's take a look at what's happened so far and the remaining fixtures for today. Well, Bradley Roose got off to a good start, but his campaign is over after a terrible day yesterday where he failed to pick up a win. But it's Andreas Harrison who is stealing a march now at the top of the table. A victory against Andy Davidson, followed by one against Reese Robinson, and the 4-3 win against Kieran Tian puts him in a very good position at the top of the table. He is 4 points clear of third place Davidson and fourth place Neil Duff, and that is a very, very strong position considering there are only 4 points to play for each of the players left in this group. Reese Robinson sitting in between them as well. They are the provisional top two looking to progress through to finals night, where Bo Greaves is, of course, already there. The action getting underway here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night. Don't miss that. Don't miss Group B tonight either, 10 p.m. to see which three players will fill the finals night field. But it looks like Harrison has put 1 foot there himself. If that is the case, then the rest of the day might be about seeing who will join him. And Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar are on hand to guide you through all the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's going to be Reese Robinson. He had a little bit of a wobble, but seems to have recaptured the form, or the good form he has shown. Out before him will be Andreas Harrison against Neil Duff, and I'm pretty sure that Reese Robinson will be cheering Andreas on in that one. And then he goes out against Tian, a player he'll be playing who will be fully aware that pretty much his campaign is done and dusted.
The whole group could be done and dusted in this lap of fixtures if the results go the way of the players at the top. The top two would be Reese Robinson and Andreas Harrison, which would mean after all the to-in and throw-in, the backwards and forwards, the ins and the outs and the twists and the turns, the bookies ultimately would have been correct in who would be the top two.
Yep, Andy Davidson has 2 to play. This one and a match against
96.
Reese Robinson. I mean, if the results go
140.
the way of Andy Davidson, that match against Robinson could be a straight shootout for a position number 2 and a qualifying position for tomorrow night.
58. 55. 59. 97. 59. And you require 109. Game shot on the first
Beautiful.
leg, Andy Davidson.
Let's finish there for Andy Davidson, who that probably is what let him down at the
Second
start of the
leg,
day.
it's
That
Andy
sort
to
of
throw
put him in
first.
this
Game
must-win
on.
now position. But he is growing into it, just like he has on the other days as
95.
well.
Yeah, he's certainly a player I want to see more of. I may get to see more of him after today, but he's going to have
60.
to rely on results that are not only in his hands. He's going to have to rely on
140.
Tian beating Robinson. Someone saying here, it'd be nice to see Terry Jenkins back. Yes, Terry's playing
99.
a fair bit of darts at the moment when he's not playing with his antiques.
He has done a couple of WDF events as well as Terry Jenkins.
67.
Very
He
popular
play-
on the exhibition circuit.
Yeah, I think he plays a bit of the ADC stuff as well, doesn't he?
60. 140. Andy, you require 107.
Both players with
67.
bags
Bradley
of ability
require
for them now, Mark. What do you
120.
think it is? A case of just experience and honing their skills?
Yeah,
60.
experience is
Andy, you
vital in
require 40.
all scenarios and situations, and that's why Bradley Roose would have been very beneficial for his time here at Champions
Game
Week.
shot on a
But
second
for
leg,
Andy
Andy
Davidson, it's a
Davidson.
long way from being over. Yes, it's a must-win situation, but the win here will put
Third
him
leg, it's Bradley to
just
throw
outside
first.
the qualification
Game on.
places and only on leg difference.
$180. 43. $45.
Lee Seymour asks, Chris, what's your favourite story of a dart player predicting they were going to win a tournament
90.
and winning it? I presume they mean. And there was one with Eric. I can't remember what year it was, where he said
81.
he was being interviewed, and whoever was interviewing him asked him what he thought his chances of winning were, and he said,
140.
"Don't ask me, ask them. They know. They know they can't win." I think Peter Wright, when he won the match play, he was
140.
absolutely adamant. Probably for 2 months in the build-up to that, and it was one of the most dominant match
140.
play
Bradley require 55.
victories I can sort of remember in the modern era.
Game shot on a third leg. Bradley Roose.
I think with the test of time, that World Match Play campaign will be talked about for many, many
Fourth
years as
leg,
one
it's
of the
Andy to throw
best
first.
of all time in
Game
terms
on.
of tournament wins.
Yeah, I agree. It was quite remarkable.
53.
I mean, Eric used to predict he was going to win every tournament, so more often than not in his pomp, he was right.
58. $140.
Yeah, that tournament we're talking about with regards to Peter Wright.
58.
His campaign started with a 10-2 demolition of Danny Noppert, where he averaged 100, an 11-5 against Joe Cullen with 105.5, a 16-7 win over Michael Smith
100.
with
Bradley require
100.37,
85.
a 17-10 win over MVG with 110.37, and then an 18-9 win over Dimitri
65.
with 105.9. Billy Bonkers numbers, those.
122. Bradley require 20. Game shot on a fourth flag. Bradley
He just won't go
Roose.
away, will he? Bradley Roose.
Nope.
He started the day without a win. He picked up a couple of those, spoiling a few people's
Fifth
chances.
flag.
And
It's
Just
Bradley
about to
to
say
throw
that,
first.
Captain Spoiler.
Game on.
well, he could really spoil the chances of Andy Davidson here. If he is to beat Andy Davidson, there will then be an opportunity for a big gap to appear at the top of the table. A gap that he wouldn't be able to catch.
85.
I think when I beat Barney at the Worlds, it was one of the only times I was literally so sure. There was never any
60.
doubt in my mind. I'd just love to bottle that and have a little sniff and a sip every now and again.
100.
You could probably sell it for a lot of money as well, that.
Kingsley thinks Littler is head and shoulders better than those above him.
44.
Okay. I would suggest there's a fag
60.
paper between most of them. Someone asked, do we think we'll see Adrian Lewis pick darts up again? Yeah, I do. Still very young in darting terms.
58.
I think if he continues to remain absent throughout this year, maybe next year when he, or maybe the year after when he plans to go through the rebuilding
97.
process, that's when maybe he would use this as the perfect vehicle. A week down here would be perfect for him.
102.
Perfect for us as well. I'd
Bradley
love to see
required
Adrian
20.
Lewis in action down here.
Well, he'd have the
Game
time
shot
and the
on the
matches
fifth
to
leg,
really work on
Bradley
his game as well. Bradley Roose moves 3-2 up here. This would be a
Sixth
disaster
leg.
for
It's
Davidson.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
And on the other hand,
60.
it wouldn't shock me if Adrian didn't play any competitive darts ever again. I know he's enjoying his time away.
59.
Lost a ton of weight, hasn't he? And looks really well. Very happy. I've seen him not too long ago. Enjoying doing the
41.
exhibitions and just playing without pressure. Can't remember, he was one of these prodigies, wasn't he? And he was under the
140.
wing of Phil Taylor and had massive amounts of pressure on him to produce.
98.
Do you mind just sticking your head out the door there, Chris, and just asking Jack Garwood to tone his 180 down? It's upsetting John Glover.
Oh, sorry, John. You do have
98.
volume control.
$92.
Well, speaking of upsetting people, Bradley Roose might be about to upset Andy Davidson here if he can find just one treble.
60.
Davidson on 8 points. This will be after 9 games played. If Reece Robinson beats Tian in a game's time, that will mean
140.
Davidson is out.
Bradley
So
require
big moments here
144.
for Andy.
$60. Andy requires
Back-to-back
70.
trebleless visits, though, from Bradley Roose. Might have just give the reprieve that Andy needed.
Game shot on a sixth leg. Andy Davidson.
Some clutch finishing. Andy Davidson, who looks to be enjoying
Seventh and
himself.
Final leg. It's Bradley to throw first.
Ken Gregory
Game
said,
on.
Gobb's cool is legendary. Well, we don't call him Gobb for nothing.
$100.
He enjoys a 177 as well, doesn't he, Jack Garwood, the referee?
41. $60.
He just tried to power that one through, didn't he? Ended up just...
Yeah, well, what you know you're going to get some form of deflection, so you think, well, if I just put a bit of extra on it, and Davidson's put a bit of extra sauce on that.
Well, in the context of where this match is, and not just this game, the context of the group and the week and everything that Andy Davidson has done, to find a maximum in that
60.
situation again gives us more information about just how quality this player is.
135.
Well, and the fact it's his first one in the match, and shows he's got timing as well as presence.
100. Andy require 145.
6 starts at 145 to pull one out of the hat.
125.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, he started the leg with a 41. He's then found 180, 135, 125 to leave
59.
double 10
Andy required
after
20.
12.
Game shot.
Double
and the
10.
match.
He
Andy
finds what a
Davidson.
superb final leg for Andy Davidson. He keeps his hopes alive. Harrison's still on top on 12. Robertson on 10, Davidson on 10, Neil Duff on 8. And it's Neil Duff who's up next against Andreas Harrison.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
All on the line then now here at the Modus Super Series. Andreas Harrison is a win away from securing a spot at Champions Night tomorrow. Victory here for the Super Swede would see him through to the Super Series Grand Final. But Neil Duff needs to win this match for his own reasons. Defeat for Duff would condemn him to elimination from the tournament. Andy Davidson and Rhys Robinson above him play each other, so he would not be able to claw back the deficit if he lost this one. But if he does win, then, well, there's only 2 points between the top four, so it really is a game that will determine the way that this group is going to end. And guiding you through every twist and turn are Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, this is massive for both, as you say, to keep Neil Duff in the race to qualify for tomorrow night's finals night in Champions Week. And for Andreas, it's just to secure his spot. He does have one more game to play after this one against Bradley Roose, which you would, with all due respect, expect him to win.
66.
Interesting to see what the chat thinks of this one. There is a poll available. Have a vote, have your say. At the moment, after a couple of minutes of voting, they go 73%. Andreas Harrison, Matt.
Well, if they are correct, that'll be one player confirmed through from this group.
140.
Andreas Harrison is there in regards to points at the moment. It's just the legs that he can be caught on.
125.
So this morning, I don't know, around 9ish, I said, well, I'll talk sport 9:30. talking everything Luke Littler, who, if you've been
140.
on the moon for the past 24 hours, if you didn't know, he won the Premier League, and someone put a comment in there. Everyone's just got to leave him alone. Well,
60.
I want to know who's not
Nearly
leaving him
required
alone.
95.
What does that mean? I don't think people are camping outside his house. Like,
55.
is he not meant to do a press conference? Or people who work in the media not meant to talk about his achievements? If we didn't,
140.
I remember the thing with,
Nearly required
you said it
40.
perfectly. They weren't talking about Luke Humphries winning the Worlds. They were talking about Luke Littler not
Shot
winning
on
the
the
Worlds
first
and losing
leg,
in the
nil
final.
to.
Yet all I heard was, why isn't Luke Humphries getting his due, his
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
his
Game
due
on.
props? So I was like, yeah, absolutely. So what did they get, too much or not enough, or
60.
We discuss all that, don't we, on the documentary that's available right now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you go check that out. At the end of play today is a
140.
very well put together piece where we speak to a lot of names within the sport and get a lot of opinions on the story and the rise and the
43.
experiences.
I find it interesting that everybody, the exception of Wayne Mardle, didn't understand Gary Anderson's point, which was
100.
that we're responsible for not putting too much pressure on Luke Littler's shoulders. And that's what Gary was saying. Just let him
66.
develop, let him evolve, and let him grow.
You
You can tell this is a must-win game, really, for Neil Duff, because he's playing it with such focus and determination that we haven't seen on him all day.
140.
Yes, he's been up
Here
there
we
trying to
require
win, but
81.
this is like, he knows this is knockout darts version Neil Duff.
Game shot on a second leg.
Stunning
Neil
lag.
Duff.
There's an 18 hold in leg one, a 12 dart breaker
Third
throw there.
leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's also worth
100.
noting here, purely on the fact that how well Neil Duff is playing. I said leg difference is the only thing you can really catch Andreas Harrison on. There's a danger here that if Duff continues like this, he could be taking quite a significant leg difference loss.
Yep. Love the Dart says, after next week, when will be the next
58.
Women's Week? Oh, I don't know. May not have one for a couple of years. Got lots of specials to do after. Done the double start week, double trouble. We're doing Women's Week next week.
41.
In I don't know what is planned for. Do you know? You might know what's planned for the next
100.
specials week. Has it been?
I don't know. Don't have that information, which is why we keep asking for suggestions. See if we can pique the interest of the people that make those decisions.
I can tell you what it won't be. It won't be
140.
upside down dartboard darts. That's not happening. It won't be score on the doubles, finish on the trebles darts. That's not happening.
Trampoline darts was the
Yeah, I don't think we're
60.
going to do trampoline darts.
$60. $140. Andreas, you require 120.
Well, this you feel has to go for Andreas Harrison, and a wayward dart. Maybe just feeling the severity of the situation that Neil Duff
80.
is putting on
Still
him.
you require 43. Three. Andreas, you
How
require
big is that
40.
miss going to be?
Game shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison. Fourth leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
you sort of lose the pattern at times. I think Andreas Harrison was waiting to see who got called to throw first. Sometimes when you're embroiled in a battle, you forget the pattern of play.
Yeah, you get just caught up and lost in the moment all at the same time. I've had it before where you just literally
60.
your brain fogs over and you can't remember whose throw it is.
A sign that Andreas Harrison is firmly in the zone. He's where he needs to be
134.
in order to try and turn this one around.
Derek Coulson says only left-handers week. No, Derek, they should be banned. No left-handers.
83.
Basil says staff week. Only MSS staff playing. No, we're trying to encourage viewers.
100. Andreas, you require 142.
We've seen this a few times today, haven't we? Someone race into a 2-0 lead and end up getting it clawed back.
90.
Yeah, we have mentioned many times the jeopardy of the best of 7 race to 4.
45.
Never
Andreas, you
feel
require 52.
totally comfortable. Isabel said I got
Shot on the
43
full
and 9
flag.
darts the other
Andreas
day.
Harrison.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Fifth flag. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Can you gamble on the women only week? Yeah, why wouldn't you?
93.
Every player here falls under the auspices of the DRA, identical to that of the players who play in the PDC.
41. 100. 140. 128.
Forcing Andreas to find at least a 2-treble visit here.
58. 140.
Basil says on a more real note, maybe an ADC week where only ADC qualifiers play. Well, that's where the understanding of the
56.
commercial
Now you
element
require
of this
40.
business is sometimes a little misunderstood. That's like saying, "Oh, we'll do a Premier League with
20.
just Challenge Tour players." We need that mix of well-known players and new players coming through.
100. Neil, you require 20. Game shot on the fifth flag. Neil Duff.
Big fine that for Neil Duff. Just stops the rot. He was 2-0 up. He got it brought back. Wasn't
Sixth flag.
really
It's
offering
Andreas
too
to
much
throw
resistance
first.
to that comeback either
Game
for
on.
Andreas Harrison. So big leg there for Duff and gives him 2 opportunities now to get a vital 2 points and just keep Andreas Harrison
100.
in the mix going into that final lap of fixtures. We said we expect this to come down to that final cycle.
140.
It may well do so. Reece Robinson next. Last game in this lap of fixtures taking on Kieran Tian.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to come down
100.
potentially to that game between Davidson and Robinson.
140.
I think Andreas is in
125.
possibly the prime position because his final match, with all due respect, is against Bradley Roose, who's
140.
has picked up a couple of wins today, but he will obviously be probably just going through the motions.
85. Neil, you require 81.
This for the match.
Game
Fine
shot
way
and the
there
match.
for Neil Duff to get
Neil
the job
Duff.
done. It was a game that played in blocks of 2. Neil Duff took the 2-0 lead before it came back to 2-2, and Duff getting over the line. An incredible 11 darter there to get the job done. Pick up the 4-2 success over Andreas Harrison, whose confirmation to Champions Week Saturday night is not yet confirmed. We still have plenty more to play, and Neil Duff has put himself in the mix. Reece Robinson, though, will be hoping to get to 12 points when he takes on Kieran Tian next.
Well, it's been a day in Group C where there's been a lot of tension, a lot of edginess on that Super Series stage, and the players haven't really, as a rule, been able to repeat the quality that they produced yesterday. But Neil Duff did manage that with that brilliant 11 darter to defeat Andreas Harrison, the table topper, in the previous match. And that keeps things very tight between the 4 players in contention to go through. Harrison on 12 points and the 3 behind him on 10, including Reece Robinson, who has 2 games left crucially. It could yet prove too little too late for Neil Duff, of course. If Robinson wins up and Harrison wins his final match, and he still won't be able to qualify. But as things stand, Duff, Davidson, Robinson and Harrison all in the race, and it is entering its final
First
lap.
leg, it's Reece
Talking you
to
through
throw
it,
first.
Chris Mason
Game
and
on.
Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, still plenty to play for. I'm with you. There was an element of flamboyance
60.
and freedom yesterday afternoon. Today, things have been a lot more edgy. And we could well have a moment at the end of the
150.
day when Neil takes on Kieran Tian. Well, he will hope that that's still a live rubber. I don't think it will be.
58.
Well, the good thing here for Reece Robinson, he's one of the rare players that's got it in his own hands.
Yep.
And that's the big advantage right now. He doesn't need other results. He doesn't need anything to go his way.
44.
He just needs to go up there and do his own thing. And if he does win his games, he'll win the group. Or get through the group, should I say.
140. 96.
We do have a live vote available on the chat. You can let us know who you think's going to win. Reece Robinson or Tian. It's just one press.
180.
The way Reece Robinson has started this one, I'm sure a lot of you will be pressing Reece Robinson. When he gets those 180s firing,
58.
hit him like
Reece
the best.
requires 63.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
I
first
was
leg.
a little
Reece
surprised
Robinson.
because we know how much he loves tops, but loves double 16 equally.
Second leg.
Very
It's Kieran to
tidy.
throw first.
Opening
Game
leg on throw. Only giving Tian 4 visits to the board.
140. 100. 60.
Results of that poll going 68% in favour of Reece Robinson.
Another max. Oh, that was beautifully created. I want just a case of following in the other two and slamming it in.
82.
Some start to the match this from Robinson. Showing you all why we fancied him as a major outsider at 16 to 1 at the start of the week.
9 to 1 at the start of today. Just doesn't seem to be coming in.
59. Reece, you require
Surprising.
41.
3 maximum so far for Reece Robinson in this one. And he's looking to get the breaker throw.
25. Kieran, you require 160.
Another. Leaves tops.
120.
Wow. What
Reece,
a
you
steal
require
that would have been.
16.
And that's one of those moments that's just a little bit unsettling, isn't it, when you're stood at the back?
Swallow hard.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, look at
Reece
that
Robinson.
reaction. He's chuffed a bit to have got over the line in that one. I
Third
made it
leg.
2-0.
It's Reece to throw first. Game on.
You stand behind the player and you look, you go, oh, don't do that. Oh, no. If you're me, it goes in.
140.
After missing the second dart, say, come on, he expects a max every time now. He has had 3 maximums so far in this game, and for the week,
60.
he has hit 19. This is game number 9, so he's hitting more than 2 a match on average.
Pretty much the same ratio as Bo Greaves.
96.
I think if it comes to a game, Reece Robinson, Bo Greaves, you've got to go with the over market on the 180s, haven't you? And that's what it equates to. An average of 109.24, and you could forgive Kieran Tian for feeling like this might be fighting a losing battle.
And he's had one dart a double, and that was on the back of that 160 attempt.
131. 58. 57. Reese, you require 134. 94.
Just feels so likely, regardless of the target for Reese Robinson, just hitting everything around the board. It was a 13 darter in the last leg, and he's on for a 13 darter again.
Game shot on the third leg, Reese Robinson.
Puts him one away from moving on to 12 points and temporarily taking the top of the table spot.
Fourth leg, it's Kieran to throw first.
Maintaining the
Game
big
on.
numbers here, 105 the average. Going to see yet another ton plus out.
95.
By my quick maths, 17 darts or less, and I think he should finish with a ton plus average.
77.
Joel says
25.
Reese has really grown into this week. Got to be favourite for the week. What about growing into it? He opened his campaign with a 106.
57.
He's only really had one game in which he slipped, and that was game number 2 today. Opened with a 106, and the lowest average he had yesterday was a 94.
100.
And only once has he come out of that sort of mid-90 range. And that was game number 2 today, where he slipped into the 70s very temporarily and came back and hit in a big
58.
performance, winning 4-0.
$100. 139.
Well, we've seen a lot of big finishes so far this week, but we haven't seen the biggest one of them all, the 170, and I'm sure the man who calls himself the highlight reel, he's going to want to do that to put himself top of the table with one to go.
How many nicknames does he have?
About 71. Approximately.
135.
Give or take
Kieran,
one
you
or two.
require 58.
I did suggest one, but I'm not sure he went with it.
28.
The Juice.
Reese, you require 35.
Robinson.
To put the squeeze on the group. Just tries to open up the target.
Game
He gets
shot
the job
and
done.
match.
And
Reese
look what that
Robinson.
means to Reese Robinson. He'll believe that that is pretty much job done. And, well, with one lap of fixtures to go and a cushion of 2 points from the chasing pack, certainly the leg difference now heavily in the favour of Reese Robinson, who temporarily will hit the top spot with one round of fixtures for everyone to go. Andreas Harrison will kick that off when he takes on Bradley Roose.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Reece Robinson has not only just shot himself to the top of the table, but I can confirm he has qualified for finals night, for champions night. That 4-0 win was actually the only outcome that would have seen him qualify with a game to spare. He managed to get it against Kieran Tian. Very, very good performance. His second 4-0 win of the day, in fact. And that leg difference now is going to be too big for Andy Davidson and Neil Duff to claw back. And Andreas Harrison is looking to join him. If he can beat Bradley Roose in the game about to get underway on the Super Series stage, then the Swede will join Sugar Reece Robinson at Champions Night. And the last couple of games, well, one will be a victory parade for Reece Robinson, and Neil Duff and Kieran Tian will be thinking about what might have been. But Harrison still has work to do, as do Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, by our calculations, Andres doesn't need to win the match, but does need 3 legs to ensure qualification.
It's one of those situations, isn't it, where if he does lose, he needs to lose as tight as possible, because the players behind him would then need 4-0 victories. We said it might come down to legs, and it still could. The easiest thing for Andreas Harrison to do is get the job done here, win the game, and
that's it.
We know 3 players. We've got half of our lineup.
100.
Win here on throw makes the final 2 games and the permutations involved all irrelevant. It'll be job done.
60.
Some quality players already. They're going to have lost out.
96.
Don't forget, it's double session day here at the Super Series. We're back tonight, 10 o'clock. Make sure you subscribe, hit that bell. You'll get a notification as soon as we go live tonight. You will not
95.
miss a dart. And we will give you a rundown of all the results from Euro Tour 7 in the Netherlands.
58.
That's been underway today. Dom Taylor getting a win, Richie Edhouse, Jeffrey de Graaf, Van Velzen, Brendan Dolan, Mickey Mansell. Zonneveld only beat Pujas 6-5. And Andrew Gilding beating Damien Mole by the same scoreline, 6-5. 3 6-5s. Tonight, James Wade in action.
80.
Ryan Joyce, Marino Blom. Mike De Decker against Kevin Dutz. Joe Cullen against Watamina. Ryan Miko, Luke Woodhouse. Barneveld against Cameron Menzies. Wow. Callan Ridds against Dirk van
60.
Dijvenbode. And Dimitri against
167.
the big German giant, Gabriel Clemens. And we will give you a rundown of results from
100.
those this evening. Or just join PDC TV. It's so cheap, that, you know, that PDC TV. 50 quid a year.
96. Address you
And you
require
can watch it.
67.
And then when that's over, which it will be prior to us going on air, well, it's a proper day and night of darts.
27. Bradley require 148. 100.
Every leg that Andreas Harrison picks up is going to feel like a dagger for Neil Duff and Andy Davidson. So they'll be delighted at the fact he's just missed 3
Bradley
darts.
require 48.
That back room will all be wanting Bradley to take this, and this could be one of the most unconventional 48 checkouts.
Really is a
32. Andreas, you require 20.
busy schedule for the players. As I've said, the Dutch Darts Championships in Rosmalen taking place today,
Game shot
tomorrow
on
and
the first
Sunday.
leg, Andreas Harrison.
And a week today, the US Darts Masters from the Madison Square Gardens in New York gets underway.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
And then
Game on.
7th and 8th of June, Copenhagen, Denmark. That's on
42.
ITV. I will be covering that one, the Nordic Darts Masters. Then a week later, well, in between that, you've got a couple of Players Championships, then a Euro Tour qualifier,
45.
and then we're off to Poland for the Poland Darts Masters again, free to air on ITV4. It's just non-stop for them, isn't it? Then it's on to another Euro Tour, 27th to the 30th of June, the World Cup, and then the big build-up to my favourite tournament of the year,
96.
the World Match Play, 13th to the 21st of July. If you don't have Sky Sports, then you can
100.
listen in on TalkSport via the app. And don't forget, if you do get your PDC TV, you can, and you're outside the UK, you can watch all of that as well.
100.
I wish I could watch all the boxing for 50 quid a year. Do you know how much the boxing cost me to have in the pub last weekend?
Oh,
92.
4 figures.
500 quid.
$100. Bradley require 170.
It cost me 4 figures a month to have Sky in the pub.
$100. Andreas, you require 160. $60. Bradley, you require 70.
single to double. Oh, he's missed the board.
You can't believe it.
Just starting to boil over the frustration for Bradley Roose. Oh, and now he's busted.
No score.
All over the
Andreas,
place.
you require
What could go
100.
wrong has gone wrong.
This is where someone normally hits a tops against you and makes you feel terrible.
80. Bradley, you require 70.
Opportunity to put it right here for Bradley, and he's all over the place.
45. Andreas, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg. Andreas Harrison.
Matt and Chris, what's the most expensive pint you've had at darts? I took out a second mortgage for a couple of beers last night. I remember,
Third
I'm
leg.
going back
It's
over
Andreas to throw
25
first.
years ago. We were in
Game on.
Switzerland, and it was £10 for a small bottle of Heineken. Yeah, that was a bit of a wounder. James
100.
Roche, what makes the match play special?
Imagine being in the back room, being Neil Duff or Andy
81.
Davidson, and knowing what's riding on this game, and every single leg being so important to your hopes of qualification. And then you see those 6 darts from Bradley.
100.
Especially when Bradley beat Neil 4-2. That's like a bit of vinegar on the cut.
And you'll remember those things, won't you? Why didn't you do that
58.
against me earlier? Why did he do that? What he did?
Well, Mr. Truth doesn't make it right, I'm afraid.
100.
And ultimately, that's what drives the prices up.
$57.
I'm sure when someone in the chat will give Mr. Truth a
165.
little bit of time out on the naughty step to consider the drivel he's writing. Ta-da.
$58. Andreas, you require 36.
I'll tell you what makes the match play special when this double nine goes in, which
Game
it
shot on a
does.
third
It's
leg.
history.
Andreas Harrison.
It's standing in the game. The fact that it's the top 32 players in the world
Fourth flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
The thing I really like about the match play is it's that 2-year ranking system going head to head with the 1-year ranking system. So essentially, we've got the best 16 players in the world
58.
taking on the best 16 players in
Right
form.
now, yeah, that's another element to it. The crowd, the actual venue itself,
The architecture.
yeah, it is stunning. The
135.
ambience and it's just the feel for it and its history. Second oldest of all the
100.
PDC events.
Yeah, you could never move it, could you, from the Winter
No.
Gardens?
No, absolutely not.
96. $140.
It's also
120.
leg play. It's just got that element of purist darts, hasn't it?
58. Andreas, you require 150.
Well, this to put Andreas Harrison back to the top of the table and to have him absolutely mathematically confirmed.
92. Bradley, you require 145.
That would be half of our field complete. Bo Greaves, we know he's in. Reese Robinson, we know he's in. And Andreas Harrison is 58 points away from confirming his
105.
place on Saturday night,
Andreas, you
where he would be
require
playing for
58.
£25,000.
And it's tops to do just
Big
that.
shot
And
and the match.
it's just not
Andreas
any old
Harrison.
tops. It's absolutely bang in the middle. Congratulations to Andreas Harrison, who's been put through the ringer this week now, and he's having a bit of the shake of the head, but he's currently on 14 points, dropping just 3 matches and a little bit of a celebration. But congratulations to him. He got over the line in the end, despite a fair few missed starts at doubles, 4 from 15. So we enter our penultimate match of the session. Andy Davidson takes on Reese Robinson. A win for Reese Robinson, and he go back to the top of the table.
Well, we've just seen how to do it, really, how to deal with the pressure, how to secure your spot at Champions Night. Both Reece Robinson and Andreas Harrison there, and doing it in style with 4-0 victories in their previous matches. Robinson now looking to ensure he is the one that finishes at the top of the table. A victory against Andy Davidson will do that for him. Davidson, it's been a good, solid campaign. Did very, very well in qualifying for Champions Week as a relative unknown, the Scottish ADC qualifier. And he certainly made his mark. I'm sure we will see him again in the next series and beyond. But Reece Robinson will be back in action at Champions Night tomorrow. And now he bids to finish top of the pile. I'll hand you back to Chris
First
and Matt.
leg, it's Andy
Thank
to
you
go
very much,
first.
Chris.
Game on.
I've just been asked about the World Match Play. Hi, Mace. I'll be in Croatia during the World Match Play. We'll be to watch it on PDC TV. Ooh. I'm not sure. Yeah.
121.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's only when you're in the UK and it will know that you're not in the UK, so you should be okay. Ego Chip.
41.
I love this one. Bradley looks so dejected. That's not doing him any favours. Ego Chip. Disappointed about someone being disappointed about losing a game of darts. Wowzers.
100.
Up next.
$140.
Well, this game will decide the winner of the group. If Andy Davidson wins, then Andreas Harrison would top the group, where if Reece Robinson wins, he will take
60.
the top honours. But for Andy Davidson, we're going to say what a great week again it has been for him. When he qualified, we was
140.
unsure of the levels. Was that a good week for him? Was that really who he is? A few question marks was posed, and well, I think he stepped it up even further this week in higher pressure situations.
Yeah, against higher quality opposition as well.
81. Andy
So
require
he's someone I do expect to see
120.
on a much more regular basis here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I certainly
60.
don't think he
Reece
needs to
require
worry about
139.
coming through the ADC now. I'd like to see him have a
89.
month away and
Andy requires
just
60.
digest what he's achieved in the last couple of weeks and months.
25. Reece require 50.
Work on some element of his game that he's not particularly happy with. I mean, he's dropped some games in this one that
Game shot on the first
he
leg.
will be
Reece Robinson.
frustrated to have lost, and he knows in a couple of
Second
moments
leg,
here or
it's
there he
Reece to
could
throw
well have
first. Game on.
qualified out of this group. But the two that have gone through, Reece Robinson and Andreas Harrison, were the two that we fancied
140.
Thursday morning stroke afternoon. And this man,
96.
Reece Robinson, we fancied at 9:30 on Monday morning. Both of us tipping him up at a huge 16-1.
140.
And when we take a look at that rule that we talk about, it's played itself again here. Lose more than 3. Chances are you're not
60.
going to be in those qualifying places. You do get 3 lives in a Group C. Occasionally, you get the 4.
Rarely. And guess what? Reece Robinson and Andreas Harrison have only lost
44.
just the 3. Everybody else losing 4, 5, 6 and 8.
100. $123. $140.
Fair play
Reece
to
require 54.
Andy. He'll be fully aware that his race is run in this campaign. Still trying to give it absolutely everything.
44.
One thing you can't question
Andy
of the players
require
here
105.
is their integrity. perfect example of that.
Game shot
Right
on the
there.
second leg, Andy Davidson. Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $100. $55. $96.
Which says if Littler wins the match play, he will be top 10, even top 8. If my granny had wheels, she'd be a bike.
$125. $58. $140. $81. Andy, you require 40.
Really is stepping it up again here, Andy Davidson.
20.
I suppose there is the bonus of positions, which does bring its extra prize money as well, which will be the motivation right now for Andy Davidson. Maybe
91.
the motivation as well
Andy,
to
you require
upset
20.
the party of Reese Robinson, who would win the group with a victory here,
No
but
score.
that is wayward from
Reese, you require
Davidson.
116.
He's had a couple of chances here to get the job done. Reese Robinson could punish with tops.
96. Andy, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg, Andy Davidson.
Good question, that actually, from Liam. Is there anyone in the chat today who's
Fourth
coming
leg,
down
it's
tomorrow?
Reese to throw first.
Yes.
Game on.
I think there's been a fair few on this week that have said they've managed to secure a ticket. Liam,
83.
he's got his ticket. James with
56.
his crystal ball, right as dust.
$41.
A little flustered at times, Reese Robinson. That'll be because he knows what he wants to do. He wants to
60.
go win the group, but sometimes you just don't quite have that adrenaline at this point.
There's not enough on the line, is there?
And what we've known from Reese
60.
Robinson around the arenas, such as those Challenge Tour events, is this scenario doesn't suit him. He needs high octane, high
56.
adrenaline type situations. That's why I think he's going to get even better tomorrow.
Yeah, it's only 2 matches tomorrow, and then we are into knockout darts for the semi and final, obviously, as he pops in the first max of the match.
56. Reese, you require 137.
What a sequence that would have been.
$86. Reese, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth leg, Reese Robinson. Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
James thinks going forward, I think Humphreys will be scarred
95.
in the head-to-head with Littler. And he's already beaten him in the biggest game of
41.
darts in any capacity.
$125.
Sorry to hear that, Liam.
$134.
There you go, Chip says, I don't think Wright or Price will be in it
81.
next year. Well, did a live regarding exactly that. I think with Peter Wright back-to-back years on the bottom, I think it's tough, but he did do a
58.
smart thing saying next year may be my final year. He did a bit of a Barneveld, didn't he?
Just leave the door open, don't you?
140.
Don't burn bridges.
I'm not sure Price is cut out for the Premier League. He's never done particularly well in it.
85. And he
I
requires
think he prefers
60.
playing in tournament play.
50.
Possibly the story as to why Andy Davidson has just missed out on qualification by the finer margins here. Just those
57.
fine margins of those
And he
extra chances he's
requires
needed
10.
on the outer ring today.
Game
Yep,
shot on
totally
the fifth
agree.
leg. Andy
Needing
Davidson.
a second bite of the cherry. Just being asked, will we ever
Sixth
see a
leg,
Modus
it's Reese to
World
throw
Cup type
first.
format? Yeah, I
Game
think
on.
so. I think that's something that definitely would work. David asks,
58.
Mason Matt, do you get to throw many darts while you're working on Modus for the week? Would you take on the players taking part in the practice room?
81.
No, we don't practice in the practice room. That's purely for the players. But after the session, before they replace this board with a
96.
brand new one for the evening session, then we will occasionally grab a 15 or 20-minute spell up there.
140.
The house that we live in when we're down here at Portsmouth has a dartboard in it with a nice big TV in there and a
26.
sofa, so if need be we'll have a bit of a practice on there. But I did get my darts out for the first time
135.
this week to the shock of Matt Edgar. Didn't last long.
It might be time to put the darts away for Reese Robinson and Andy Davidson
60.
very soon, because
Andy require
Andy, 6 darts here at 145 to end his campaign with a really strong showing here against Reese Robinson
129.
and stop Reese Robinson from winning this Group C and handing it to Andreas Harrison.
91. Andy
Someone asked you,
requires
Chris, you have
16.
274, you've hit treble 20 to leave
Game shot and the
214.
match. Andy Davidson.
I'll answer that question in a minute, Tommy, as Andy Davidson does do the business, winning 4-2 against Reese Robinson. Averages of 86.1 for Andy, 83.75 for Reese, but Reese just didn't look like he had the venom in that one. Well, one more game to bring you. Kieran Tian up against Neil Duff.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
Game
And
shot
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back. 3 players through then to finals night here on Champions Week, and one of them has joined me. Roose Robinson, congratulations. You've made it. Just give us your initial thoughts and feelings.
Buzzing, to be honest. Such an hard group that everyone was playing amazing. I'm just thankful to get through it.
It's a difficult thing, isn't it? In any week to come into a Group C, it's the hardest group to get through. And when it was 5 players on 6 points yesterday, what was the atmosphere like coming in this morning?
Well, it's not just any group, it's a Champions Week Group C as well, which everyone was yesterday. I think I was running off a 98 average and I was sat 4th. I thought, what more do I have to do, really? But you expect that here with the standard that it is.
We've got used to you here being quite flamboyant, doing some sort of showman-type shots, but Chris Mason and Matthew Egger in comms have been talking about you've looked very business-like this week. Has that been a conscious decision?
A little bit, yeah. I haven't practiced much, so I can't be going for these flash shots when you haven't practiced much. I just wanted to get the job done and try and get through.
And how important is it for you now to be at Champions Night, playing in front of that big crowd, a sellout crowd here? That's when you really come alive, isn't it?
Oh, when I heard it was sold out and then Bo's here as well, I want to play and I'd have been gutted if I didn't make it.
Really, as you said, really tough group. Andreas Harrison through with you as well. Bo there. It looks like tonight we pretty much know who's going to go through. Although you've been in Group B's, it can change, but it's building up to be one of the greatest Champions Nights ever, isn't it?
Yeah, all players who've come through just seems to be all great players, and I'm just looking forward to it. And it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, and I sort of wanted to miss it, which bad dad alert, but happy birthday, Effie, for tomorrow. And yeah, I wanted to miss her birthday so I could play Champions Night.
It'd be a good present though, wouldn't it? £25,000. That'll buy a few presents for her.
It's her 3rd birthday. I'll be buying a few toys or whatnot, jigsaws and books and the rest.
And you might have your own toy to take home as well, the trophy. Some good names on there. Luke Littler's on it twice himself, of course, just won the Premier League. What would it mean to you to be on that roll of honour, not just as a weekly winner, but as a series winner?
That's all I've wanted since I've played here. Just put my name on that Champions Week one. The weekly ones are great. I've won 2 now. But you want that Champions Week one. Not even the money. The money's great, of course it is, but to have your name amongst them players, and look what Luke's doing, do you know what I mean? He's unreal, isn't he?
Well, look, congratulations. We'll let you go and prepare, and we'll see you tomorrow night. One more match to come this afternoon. Neil Duff playing Kieran Tian.
Thank you very much. And thank you as well, Roose Robinson. And we echo those sentiments if we forget tomorrow, which I'm sure we won't. Happy birthday to his daughter. That would soften the blow, wouldn't it? 25 grand's worth of toys.
You could get a fair few for £25,000, couldn't you? It's a sizable amount of cash. He's there. He's in with the chance. And we have half of the field confirmed. We will confirm the other half of the lineup tonight from 10
First
p.m.
leg, it's Kieran to throw first.
We've got one
Game
more
on.
game to bring you.
And there's something for Neil Duff to play for here.
45.
If he wins this, and by a certain scoreline, he can go ahead of Andy Davidson, and again, that's more prize money. So, Tony Sykes asks, Chris, if you have 274, well, basically from 2-1-4 down with 2 darts in hand, should you start on the 19th? Absolutely.
99.
Because if you don't hit the treble 19, you can go for a 25. As long as you hit a 25, you, of course, will leave a finish.
81.
suppose that little bit of extra prize money for Neil Duff may come in handy, because could get him a few extra snacks on his way up to Middlesbrough, because that's where he's going to be this weekend, taking the around about 9-hour trip via train
43.
to head up to some ADC events.
Yeah, it's not cheap on them buffet carts on the train.
42. 100.
What I want to do is
Kieran, you require
get a nice cool box.
135.
Some of them ice blocks in there. A couple of cheeky beers and get some stuff from the supermarket.
95.
Problem is, I'd fall asleep and then miss the changeovers that you need.
Yeah, I wonder how many it is going up there. There'd be a few.
60. Kieran, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Kieran
Come back
Tian.
from America and fell asleep on the tube a few times. Sort of gone past it and
Second
then woke
leg,
up
it's
the other
Neil
and
to
think,
throw
right,
first.
stay awake,
Game
and then
on.
fell asleep and missed it again.
$135. 96. 137. 85. 41.
'It's quite a significant
85.
game for Neil Duff as well, isn't he? He reaches a milestone here at the Super Series. This, Neil Duff's 200th game already up there on that stage. That is some serious commitment to the Super Series brand. And he has done that with quite some success, hasn't he? Picking up weekly titles and, of course, the
Neil, you require
specials
88.
week, the Double Trouble week.
63.
We may see
Kieran, you
Tian
require
start on the same
95.
target, starting on the ball. Goes the more aggressive route, the treble 19 for the double. And
Game
finds.
shot on the second leg. Kieran Tian. Third
gonna
leg.
have-
It's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
A major spoiler here. Oh, well, credit to him. He's averaging 97.
140.
By far the best performance he's put in for this group. Until then it was a 92, which came in match number 3 today.
41.
The rest of them have all been in the 80s, and I'll say it quietly, he's also dropped into the 60s.
135.
The YouTube vote went 70% in favour of Neil Duff.
He was
100.
2-0 down and in a matter of less than a minute could find himself 3-0 down, and it's so frustrating for a player. And it's
100.
But this is the effect of pressure, and when people say that, well, it has no effect, the pressure is now off. He's playing with freedom, and the secret
100. Kieran, you require 120.
is having this mindset and mentality in every game you play. Easier said than done, of course.
90.
This is quality, this from Tian, averaging over 100.
100.
Looking
Kieran, you
at
require
double 18
36.
for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Kieran Tian. Fourth leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on. 140.
Wow.
121.
This really is a level up for Kieran Tian. Neil Duff not lying down. He had a similar sort of situation, didn't he, when he did pick up that Lakeside title? Was it the quarterfinals when he went a few sets behind and
Against Jim McEwen, wasn't it?
managed to turn it around, yeah.
3 sets down and 1 4-3, I think.
$105. $30. Neil, you require 116. $60. $60. Neil, you require 56. $18.
Oh dear.
$139.
Say in the chat,
Neil, you
what
require
happened to
38.
Duff? What do you mean?
Well, what might be about to happen to him is he might be
Kieran,
about to
you
lose this
require
game because
70.
this is a match opportunity now for Tian. Double 8. And
Games
Kieran
are
Tian
under
has
match.
got the job
Kieran
done, and
Tian.
that wraps up our day, and it wraps up Group C. And Kieran Tian ends with a victory.
Yeah, very, very strong performance.
Strong performance from Kieran Tian there, 97 the average to end his day. It wasn't enough to see him move in regards to the table. Neil Duff still holds on to that 4th position. But in regards to the table, we know the men that went through. It all came down to the bookies' favourites in the end. It was Andreas Harrison and Reese Robinson who go through and join Bo Greaves on Saturday night.
Yeah, surprising, really, Chris Mason, that it didn't go right down to the death in the end based on where things were placed at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, it was a strange old session of darts. It was a little bit like the session we had in Group B last night, where everybody was just a bit edgy because they understood the complexities of the table as it was then. But it was the two that, if we sort of gunned to head, we would have picked. It was the two players that we thought were the most impressive over the course of 2 days, and they've got it done and joined Bo Greaves in the final.
Yeah, did it in style as well, the pair of them. When you look at the results, the moments that they needed to win to get through, they both won 4-0, didn't they, Andreas and Reese? Really, really convincing.
Yeah, it was nice to see as well. You know, the final game for Reese, you know, he is the type of player that needs some kind of jeopardy to get the best out of him. He likes that knockout dart situation. Neil Duff's the same. I think he's said as much to you in interviews. He does find the round robin element quite difficult to remain focused. But yeah, it was it started off with 4 holds of throw, and you were thinking, right, well, this could be fairly simple. And then right through the middle of the games, and you could see where that's the sort of area you'd expect to see the best performances from the players, and no one could hold throw. And I think ultimately that was certainly the undoing of Neil Duff and Andy Davidson. But just quickly on Andy Davidson, what a find he has been. I can't wait to see him maybe have a month or 2 months just to work on what he's learnt so far in this campaign. I can't wait to see him come back.
Yeah, real experience for him, learning curve for him, and the likes of Bradley Roose and Kieran Tian, still young men, aren't they?
Yeah, in darting terms, you know, they are still young men. I think we can sometimes get carried away what we've seen Michael van Gerwen do in the past as a 17-year-old, and now, of course, Luke Littler, but they're anomalies. They don't come around very often. I think you're going to have to go all the way back to Bristow at 17 to find anything kind of similar. And yeah, the best thing about this now is it is a fast track. players are getting the opportunities to play under the lights. You've got the Euro Tours or the Euro Tour qualifiers, the home nation qualifiers for a lot of players around Europe, and they're getting better quicker.
Just talk about the two players that are through. Reece Robinson, just to highlight the point you've just made, sat there and said, this is all I've wanted, to get to a Champions Night, to win a Champions Week. This is something that players are really now earmarking as a standard for success.
Yeah, absolutely. Like when you look at the Challenge Tour, although it has a ranking and someone wins over the course of the season, there's no real trophy element to it. And ultimately, this is the step down from the Pro Tour. So in terms of winning something big, there is nothing bigger for the amateur player, and the prize money this carries. Well, I've said it and I say it many times. The actual 25 grand isn't life changing, but it's career changing and life changing in terms of the money that you can earn on the back of it. Gives you a bit of insurance and gives you the money to go on tour next year, go to Q school with no pressure. If you've got a young family, nothing worse, your missus saying to her, hang on a minute, can we afford for you to have a week off work and go to Q school? It's a good couple of £1,000 investment, and that can change things.
A 3-year-old with a birthday tomorrow, what a moment that would be for Reece. Just picking up on that point, because we haven't really discussed it before. We talk about the practice you can get, the competitive practice you can get here, but Luke Littler, for example, wins here 4 times, 2 of them being Champions Weeks, and then goes on, makes a World Final, wins the Premier League. How much does this contribute to getting players ready for big stage stuff later on?
We've only got to look at the impact it makes for those that play here and then go on to play in Q school. They've got a leg up. They've got a massive advantage, and I think when you get... This was the first real experience. I know he's played in a UK Open, but this was the first real experience of under the lights and really having an examination, and it puts a completely different spin on things and makes you feel different. And he got up there and handled it brilliant. Even when he didn't go up there was a few matches he went up there and averaged a couple of mid-80s, a few disappointing performances, and we were like, ooh, is there a chink in the armour? And then he come back and average 100. And I think he learnt so much more about himself during those campaigns he played here, and well, the proof's in the pudding, isn't it?
Yeah, we spoke about Reece. Quick word on Andreas Harrison as well, because earlier in the week, he could have been forgiven for starting to think, this is not going to be my week, playing so well, losing so many matches 4-3. What does it say about him that he's made it through? Shows
some character, doesn't it? And you could see the relief at the end when he actually, in the match that confirmed his place in the finals. And listen, the Super Series in all of these European countries that are represented by these players, that they're more than aware. They know about this. They watch this religiously. They know what kind of impact that has and potentially career changing. And they all want to get their hands on the trophy. And like you say, when you had Reece up here, look at the names on there. There's some great names, some great players on there. And who's going to add what will be the 8th name on the list?
Yeah, we are going to show you the table and then just fill you in on what is happening tomorrow night. There's those 2 players through, Harrison and Robinson. Robinson, in the end, doing it on leg difference, those 2 4-0 wins in the middle of the day, really making that difference. Andy Davidson may say great week. Kieran Tian and Bradley Roose, they were kind of out of it for a long time. Neil Duff, as you mentioned before, struggles sometimes during the format, so he will see it as a missed opportunity, this, won't he?
Yeah, and it's down to his numbers in the qualifying campaign, why he's come into a Group C. Ideally for him, he'd have been one of the top 6 in terms of qualifying. So he really benefits from playing in Group A, and he's not affected. He doesn't get affected by the performances. He's not emotionally affected if he averages 85 or 95. What he needs to come in on a Monday for is to prep. And if he doesn't get it right across the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, my goodness, he gets it right on a Thursday and Friday. He didn't have that benefit this week.
Did he find what Reece Robinson kind of said to be true, that Group C on Champions Week is the hardest group in an entire series?
Absolutely. Mathematically, you're walking into 3 players who've already had 3 days prep. They're well up to speed. Group B, 60% chance of qualifying, 3 from 5. It's played at night. Everything points to it's more often than not the better players in Group B. But of course, it's easier to qualify. Group C, Champions Week, no thanks.
Right, finals night is tomorrow. Here is the breakdown for the week. So Bo Greaves won Group A. We've just seen Andreas Harrison and Reece Robinson go through from Group C. And it looks like it would be Cam Crabtree, Darius Abanaskas and Conor Heenan. Unless Bradley Brooks or Jimmy Van Schie can have an almost perfect or indeed perfect night, do you see anything changing?
No, but after the day Bradley Brooks had on Monday, you were thinking, ooh, he's down in the dumps. And maybe that's just the way he is. He plays with his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? And the problem is around experienced players, they'll expose that. And I think that's what happened to him yesterday. He got bogged down and they began to punish him and he just couldn't shake it off. But I'm with you. I think the top three as it stands at the moment, I think they're going to be the three that will join Bo and Reece and Andreas.
I'm sure you'll share your thoughts tonight during comms, but at this moment, is there any player that's standing out for you as the one to beat on Saturday night?
I think Bo looks the most reliable at the moment. She's the one that looks the most likely. If the other guys they've all got similar A games, haven't they? They've all got similar ceilings. It's who has the better B game for me, and I say that no matter whether it be at this level or in Premier League dart level. And for me, Bo Greaves is the most reliable. She looks the most likely to average 95, which will be more than enough.
We look forward to finding out. Thanks for this afternoon. We'll see you tonight. We'll see you tonight as well. And of course, tomorrow night, finals night. Don't forget, it gets underway 7:30 p.m. for Champions Night and the record prize of £25,000. And 10 p.m. tonight for Group B, when we will find out all of the players that will be in the field. Do join us then.